Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I believe we should take our seats for those who have been moving around. We're about to start, so let's be seated. Let's settle down so we can start. I would also want to appeal to the cameramen and women that the event is actually for the participants in the hall. You will do justice by not obstructing any of them. So when you set up your cameras, either you sit on the floor, squat somewhere, because we know you're not transparent. So when you set up your cameras, do not obstruct anyone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the 6th annual Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Startup Economic Summit. This is the 6th of the series, and it's being organized by the African Global Economic Forum, the proprietary right owners of the Economic Forum series, in partnership with ProShare, OPE, Baobab, ASEAN, Lagos State Government, the federal government, where you find SMEDAN, you find Office of the Vice President, you would also find FinTech Nigeria, you have CBI, you also have Msme, and a host of other sponsors who are here. It's a beautiful morning, and by my time, it's just 5 minutes to 9. By my time. If you're in doubt, argue with your watch. I've been reliably informed that for the sake of stability of this program, that the owners of this building want to switch over to a more stable power supply that will not have any disruptions. So I've been told to give them 5 minutes. And I'm sure you would agree with me that where you work with something that is not reliable, you are not likely going to go far. One of our sponsors here said OPE is okay. So it will be okay for us to switch power. So, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes we'll have a power change. Don't panic. Don't run out of the hall. It's just a power change. And we'll be back afterwards. Good morning and welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, power has been changed and there's a resemblance of stability. And for that purpose, the House is called to order. And it's a beautiful morning. A lot of us had a pleasant time coming here. There are some of us from municipal Lagos and some of us from provincial Lagos. So those of us from the provincial Lagos traveled all the way from like Mushin, Ikorodu, Badagry, Ogba, Agege to municipal Lagos like Victoria Island. Don't deceive yourself if you're in Ogombo. You are just as provincial as those of us in Agege, because once there's flood, you share the same story with me. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Monday Ashibogu. I was born on Monday, named Monday, and the name has remained perpetually Monday. But today is a Thursday. I'm the only person with 52 birthdays in a year. I hope you can't contest that with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as the 6th MSME Startup Economic Summit, we are proud to say that we've achieved certain milestones, and today we would also share testimonials of beneficiaries of this event. But let me just read a little story about the Economic Forum Series as a flagship event that has been under the African Global Economic Forum. And we'll say that we'll continue to deliver sector-focused summits, CEO forums, and awards, ensuring that it's not just going to be a once-in-a-lifetime event, but a year-round economic architecture where beneficiaries will gain from these platforms. We're looking at how entrepreneurs, corporate organizations, government institutions, and non-governmental institutions come together to push the country forward. Without wasting much of your time, my co-anchor, she's here. Her name is Rodiat. Please just give her a round of applause. And I also want to make some recognitions before calling in the tallest man in the room to give his welcome address. This list is not exhaustive. However, we have in our presence today the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Wealth, Creation and Employment, Lagos State, Honorable Akiyemi Bankole Ajigbotafe, who is well represented by Mrs. Yemisi Adeni, Director of Partnership in the ministry. We also have here the founder and chairman of the board, ProShare, Mr. Olufemi Awoyemi, MNI, who is ably represented by Mr. Teslim Shitabe. Mr. Teslim Shitabe, are you in the hall? Let them see you. We also have the Chief Operating and Chief Technology Officer of OPE, Mr. Dotun Adekule. Except you are owing OPE, don't clap. But if you're not owing OPE, please do well to clap. Mr. Dotun Adekule. We also have the Executive Director, CEO, we're expecting her, for the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. But we also have here, live, the Deputy Director and Head of Investment Promotion Department of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, Mr. Emmanuel Longzar. If you don't clap well, some investments won't come your way, so don't blame me. Because sometimes the level of your clap may motivate them in what they want to give to you. So we have other representatives from OPE. I learned the slogan now is OPE is okay. So if you are with OPE that is okay, just let's see you stand up for recognition. Let's give you a round of applause. We have representatives from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Just wherever you are, just stand up for recognitions. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. They are shy, but just give them a round of applause. I understand some persons are going to be beneficiaries of some checks today from the highly competitive bid that they did. So without wasting your time, I told you that we have different time zones. We have the West African time zone, we have GMT, CST, and MST, Monday's time zone. So with my time now is just 5 minutes past 9, and for some people their time is 10 minutes past 10, and for some who are within the West African time zone, it is just 10:15. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the convener and also founder CEO of the Africa Global Economic Forum, the organizers of the 6th annual MSME Startup Economic Summit, Mr. Jude Undu.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Okay, so as not to waste much of our time any longer, thank you very much. I warmly welcome everybody to the 6th annual MSME and Startup Economic Summit. It's been an interesting experience and journey putting this together, and I'm glad that you all could be present here for today's event. Without much ado, we're looking at the practicality of helping MSME scale. Past events, we've highlighted different issues that we've perceived that are constraining MSME's growth and productivity. But one thing stood out for us, and that is the place of technology and digitization. Again, if you put it within the context of the policy at the highest level, the federal government, about growing the economy to become a $1 trillion economy, and again within the context of the non-oil sector of the economy, which for the first time, it's outpacing the oil sector, and since there is now a very strong policy direction along that path to grow the economy. And if you look at the recent data, MSMEs have been identified actually to be the ones contributing, to this particular growth, within the oil, non-oil space. And for us, we just thought that it would make sense, to really do a spotlight, with respect to this particular sector and how the MSMEs can play a very, very strategic role, in growing that sector. And that informed the theme of today's event, which is digitizing MSMEs for unlocking the revenue and economic growth sectors of the non-oil. And so without much ado, thank you all for being here today. I would like to recognize our key partner, and that's ProShare. Many thanks to the chairman of ProShare for the trust and the confidence in partnering with us to deliver this once again. Also to our key partner as well, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. Thank you very much for your partnership. Also to our sponsor, OPay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the support. And to all the other sponsors, Action Microfinance Bank, Baobab, and the others. Thank you very much for the confidence. Without saying too much, I wish us a very productive engagement today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jude Undu, for that welcome address. I would continue with, Good morning, my esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you once again to the 6th annual MSME and Startup Economic Summit 2026. My name is Ayonle Rodiat. Join me in recognizing Software Business Solution Consulting, Head Commercial Operations and Partnership, Ms. Amaka Anagbakwo. Please, a round of applause for her. Today we gather here to have a very interesting conversation on digitizing MSME. Join me in introducing Join me in introducing Mr. Dotsun Daniel Adekunle, Chief Operating and Technology Officer, OP. He would be speaking on digitizing MSMEs as an engine for productivity, formalization, and financial visibility, non-oil economic growth. Sorry. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. Speaking on our opening remark before Mr. Dotsun Daniel, we have Mr. Olufemi M. Awoyemi, the founder and chairman of the board ProShare, represented by Mr. Teslim Shitabi, sorry, sir. Please, a round of applause, please. I'm sorry, sir.
That's fine. That's fine.
No problem, I'm sorry.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Monday. Thank you very much, Rodiat. I want to first of all start off with apologizing for the absence of Mr. Awoyemi. He would have loved to be here up to, I think, 7 this morning. He was preparing to come to this event because he holds it very dear to his heart. But unfortunately, some matters of state came up and he was called away, so he's not present. But I hope I'll be able to do justice to his paper. So let me comment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the African Economic Forum and its partners for convening this summit. I also acknowledge the public institutions, financial institutions, technology companies, enterprise associations, and business owners represented here. ProShare's role as a strategic knowledge and media partner reflects a shared commitment to improving the quality of evidence, dialogue, and execution around Nigeria's enterprise economy. When I addressed the MSME Finance CEOs Forum last year, my central argument was that Nigeria needed purpose over propaganda. I called for a current definition, a credible count of our enterprises, stronger links among nano, micro, small, medium, and large businesses, and financing arrangements grounded in operating cash flow and productive value chains. Those requirements I stated then still remain very valid. Today's theme adds the instrument through which they can be advanced at scale. And that instrument is digitization. Digitization should not be reduced to payment terminals, mobile applications, or the migration of paper forms to a website. Really sorry. Useful to a website. Sorry, there's a bit of a problem with the system. Okay. So let me start by setting the context for our conversations today. Let's look at Nigeria's macroeconomic indicators. Obviously, most of us, I would agree that the macroeconomic indicators are improving. But unfortunately, the operating environment remains demanding. Nigeria's real GDP grew by 3.89% year-on-year in Q1 2026, while the non-oil sector accounted for 96% of output and expanded by 3.94%. Information and communication grew by 10.98%, manufacturing by 3.29%, and agriculture by 3.15%. We'll notice here that the slowest growth experienced in both manufacturing and in agriculture. And these are areas where I think we'll have to have detailed conversations as we go along in this program, especially at the panel sessions. Headline inflation, as recently published by the National Bureau of Statistics, moderated to 15.43% in July 2026. But food inflation accelerated to 15.56% month on month. The policy rate remains 26.5% with a 45% cash reserve ratio for deposit money banks. For a small business, these conditions appear through input prices, household demand, inventory costs, power and logistic expenses, and the price and availability of credit. These are issues we will definitely have to speak on later today, but the price and availability of credit may be a lesser problem when we have our further conversations than we imagine. There are much more significant problems. A macroeconomic recovery becomes meaningful to the enterprise sector when firms can rebuild working capital, protect margins, retain workers, invest in productivity, and reach new customers. The measurement of policy success must therefore extend beyond aggregate stability to enterprise-level outcomes. Now let's look at the measurement problems. Nigeria's most frequently cited MSME baseline data remains the 2021 Smedan and National Bureau of Statistics survey, which reported 39.65 million small and medium enterprises, contributing 46.31% of GDP. ProShare's recent examination of the commercial case for Nigeria's informal economy also notes that informal employment accounts for about 93% of employed Nigerians. These figures describe the scale of the market, but the SME count is now nearly 5 years old. It cannot tell us how many firms survive the inflation, exchange rate, and energy cost adjustments. In other words, from 2023, we simply don't know how many SMEs we have. We also don't know how many people are in that sector. We don't know what contribution it makes to the GDP. And these are data that need interrogation. The direction of the last two readings deserves attention. The 2017 National Survey counted 41.54 million enterprises against 39.65 million enterprises in 2021. In other words, over that 4-year period, we've lost quite a number of enterprises. We've lost roughly about 1.9 million enterprises. How many have we lost till date? The answer is as good as yours. My answer is as good as yours. One figure from the survey belongs at the center of a summit convened on non-oil revenue. MSMEs account for 96.9% of Nigerian businesses, 87.9% of employment, and 46.31% of GDP. They account for 6.21% of exports. And this figure is going to be fundamental when we get into the panelist sessions. Because what it means is that we have MSMEs contributing only 1/16% of total exports. The requirement is closer to delivery than the debate suggests. The Director General of Smedan confirmed in February 2026 that a fresh national enterprise census is underway. Its value will be measured by its publication date and the depth of its disaggregation of statistics. Let me go on and jump onto the questions of history and investability. Now, Nigeria already has evidence that digital rails can distribute credit at scale. The reported 1 trillion naira milestone in instant digital loan disbursement by First Bank illustrates the reach that automated decision systems can achieve. The next task is to ensure that scale is matched by suitable tenors, transparent pricing, responsible collections, effective consumer protection, and evidence that the credit improves enterprise capacity rather than merely financing short-term distress. The practical unit of intervention should be increasingly valued at the areas of the value chains rather than the isolated borrower. A nano enterprise supplying a small processor supplying a medium-sized distributor, and a medium-sized distribution company supplying a larger off-taker become more financeable when orders, delivery, payment, and performance are digitally documented. This converts relationships into records, and records into financeable assets. Now, another major issue we will hope that is adequately analyzed and reviewed and discussed by the panelists is market access. In our view, productivity and market access must precede revenue extraction. The sound sequence is to make formalization economically valuable before treating it principally as a revenue event. A business should gain from registration through access to identity, bank accounts, finance, insurance, pension arrangements, skills. Compliance should be simple, proportionate, and predictable. Where formalization only creates new fees, multiple levies, and administrative exposure, enterprises will rationally remain outside the system. The non-oil revenue prize will be larger and more durable when it comes from more productive firms, higher incomes, additional formal jobs, greater domestic value added, and stronger exports. A wider tax net imposed on weak firms may temporarily raise collections, and I'm sure many of us understand the implications of that, while reducing the capacity from which future revenue can be drawn. The policy objective should therefore be stronger enterprises worth taxing. In other words, what we're saying basically here is that you don't tax a sector that is in contraction, as we have seen in the data. What you want to do is to grow the sector and then tax that growth. And you don't tax contractions, which we seem to be doing currently. So we have a slight difference from the policy initiatives already seen from the present administration. In any case, digitalization must therefore improve the daily economics of business. It should help firms manage stock, compare input prices, reduce payment friction, document sales, reach customers beyond their immediate location, and participate in structured procurement. The Lagos State Industrial Policy 2025 to 2030 provides a useful framework around clusters, corridors, and delivery institutions. Its value for MSMEs will depend on whether those structures produce financed pipelines, shared infrastructure, reliable market links, and measurable enterprise outcomes. For us at ProShare, we currently are interested in what we call an execution compact. The institutions represented at this summit can organize their work around 5 linked commitments. Government should establish a current enterprise baseline and publish outcome data for every major MSME intervention. Financial institutions should use permissioned cash flow and supply chain data to provide products matched to business cycles. Technology providers should make enterprise data portable, secure, and interoperable. I'm sure OP is here, so OP will give us an insight into that. OP is smiling. Each commitment requires safeguards. Business owners must understand what information is collected and how it will be used. Cybersecurity and fraud controls must keep pace with adoption. Digital channels must accommodate low bandwidth users and businesses outside major cities. Competition rules must prevent platforms from convening data advantage into permanent commercial dependency. Dispute resolution must be accessible because a digital record is valuable only where contracts and claims can be enforced. The scorecard for the next summit should be specific. It should report the number of active enterprises, verified the share maintaining usable digital records, the value and procurement won, jobs retained and created, productivity gains, export participation, survival rates. How many businesses have survived since the adjustment in 2023, mid-year 2023? Those are the kind of data we need. Those are the kind of things we need to understand. Why did they survive? Those that survived, why did they survive? Those that failed, why did they fail? So there's a whole pool of data that we still need within the ecosystem. Recent survey evidence suggests that Nigerian entrepreneurs remain willing to invest in the future. A July 2026 SME confidence study reported that 81% were confident about the next 12 months. I hope those 81% are well represented here. And that respondents regarded digital and online payments as important to growth. I think the smiles of OPE will be much wider now. That's the evidence of the survey. We didn't say so. As important to growth. Institutions must now meet that confidence with infrastructure, capital market access, and public accountability. Finally, Nigeria does not lack enterprise activity. It lacks a sufficiently connected system to identify viable firms, understand their operating records, finance their productive needs, and integrate them into larger markets. Digitalization can provide that connecting infrastructure when it is designed around enterprise value rather than technology adoption alone. The immediate task is to convert transactions into trusted records into finance and market access, and increase productivity into jobs, exports, and a sustainable revenue base. That sequence protects the enterprise while advancing the national interest. It also gives the summit a practical base for measuring progress when we meet again. I wish us a productive summit, and thank you for your attention. Olufemi Aoyemi, MNI. Thank you very much.
Teslim, that was almost going to be shot at bay, but his name is Teslim Shitabe. Thank you very much for that incisive opening remarks by Mr. Moyemi, MNI, the founder, CEO of ProShare. And if some of you are quite conversant with the operations of ProShare, you know they are lovers of data and they like to rub it on you. They rub it in well and they rub it at your face. And that's what he has done. He's done justice to it. And there are some pertinent issues that were raised. And on a lighter note, you know, when he raised some fundamental issues, even the electricity company could not agree less with him. When he said the economy has improved, the light went off. Then he now said, the thing is, have people felt the impact, the light came on. And so that's how we as Nigerians react to data when government says GDP is growing, but we're not feeling the impact in our daily incomes or in our pockets. So the issue will be there should be a correlation between this data that government is throwing around or banding around with the realities on ground. So if you say economic is shrinking or the economy is growing, there should be some reflective realities with where they can cite this growth coming from. And you know you're dealing with over 200 million people in Nigeria, and some of these figures are indicators that they are just ripple effects from just small streams of rivers. But let's face the fact. You've called for 5 key issues: the availability of data and interconnectedness of that data. You've also called for cash flow to be readily available. And we always say, we have a lot of cash in circulation, but the question is, do we have patient funds for MSMEs? Because that is what actually MSMEs need, patient funds. Thirdly, you'd ask for connections into technologies for MSMEs and how they should be cheap. And you realize one thing, you said, every time new things are invented, they come with a fee. And this fee shut out entrepreneurs. And that is true. Each time there are new innovations, entrepreneurs need to pay. And you've asked that these digital institutions and dispute resolutions fast and easy. And I'll give an example. Where there's a fraudulent transaction of 200,000 naira on someone's account, you're asking the person to get a court order and the magistrate is asking for 60,000 naira for a court order. Now tell me, how cheap is justice? So that's the most important thing. We need to take all these things into consideration while dealing with issues that impact on startups and MSMEs in Nigeria. You asked another question. How confident are the businesses in this room to survive this year? So that's going to be another conversation. That's going to be another issue to be dealt with. Let me also take the opportunity to recognize the presence of the group CEO of Sunclave Investment Limited, Mr. Teslim Bello Osagi. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not bore you. because this man has thrown a lot of data at us, and it's now left for those who say everything is okay to come and tell us how OPay will make us okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is going to speak on some topics, but he's going to speak on, Jude is very notorious for giving you 10 topics in one subject. So, and now you realize, Dotun, he said the topic is digitizing MSME as an engine for productivity, formalization, financial visibility, and non-oil economy growth. So please, one person will speak on digitization, the person will speak on MSME, the person will speak on engines, the person will speak on productivity, that person is going to speak on formalization, financial visibility, non-oil economic growth, and he comes from OPay. Let's hope he'll be okay at the end of his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Mr. Dotun Daniel Adekuli, the Chief Operating and Technology Officer of OPay, if he's okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege for me to stand here before all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers, Mr. Judundu, for always putting this together. I think it's one of the contributors to the growth of MSME in Nigeria. And we know that the MSMEs contribute to about 50% of the GDP of Nigeria is contributed by the MSMEs. So it's a privilege to be here. And I thank the MC for his remarks. Of course, OPay is okay. We continue to do our best to try to serve, most especially the MSME community. To the speakers before me, to the board chairman and, of ProShare, thank you for the speech that you've given. For the representative of Lagos State Government, you're most welcome. To everyone that is seated here, you're most welcome. I like to challenge things a little. I was speaking with some of my friend from from SANEF there about some of the previous conversations I've had at different other fora. I like to typically challenge the thinking, the status quo, so that we can get to a better place as an industry. So let me begin today, not with a statistic, but with a woman. She trades in provisions in Msme. She is a composite, really, meaning that this is not a physical woman, but a composite of many other people. I've assembled her from thousands of merchants I've watched on our network, but there's nothing really invented about her. Every detail I'm about to give you is true of a great many Nigerian businesses. She opens at 6:30 in the morning. She closes when the last customer has gone, which is rarely before 8 p.m. at night. She has been doing this for 11 years. 4 years ago, she took a POS terminal, of course, from OPay. Today, something close to 80% of what she receives it digitally. She has 4 unbroken years of transaction history. She can tell you what she sold on any given Tuesday, or maybe any given Monday. Our money moves in seconds. But by every measure this industry has ever put on a slide, she is a success story. She is the merchant we have been holding up at conferences like this one for a decade. And yet, she has never received a loan from a financial institution. Not one. Our stock today is roughly what our stock was 3 years ago. Our margin last year was thinner than the year previous. She employs the same 2 people that she employed in 2022. If she wants 200,000 naira to take a bulk position when our distributor offers a discount, she goes to our cooperative or to her sister, or she does not take the position at all. She did everything that we told her to do. Where is our dividend? Where is our returns for doing everything that we said she should do? That is the question I want to put to this room. Not how do we get MSMEs to go digital. We have answered that only 3 economies on this continent that grew account ownership by 20 percentage points or more in 3 years. Nigeria is working, is moving forward. EFIMA has formal financial inclusion rising from 56% in 2020 to 64% in 2023. I want to say clearly, because I'm about to be critical now, that this is one of the great infrastructural achievements of modern Nigeria. And it was built largely by private capital under a regulator that allowed us to build it. And everyone in this room who laid a brick of it should be proud. Now to the other side. SME lending is approximately 1% of total bank credit. 1%. My friends from the, I'm looking for some of my friends from the bank. I hope that Ajibade was going to be here when I said this, but it's all good. 1% of total bank credit. The sub-Saharan African average is 5%, and that's the poorest in the world. But Nigeria, the biggest or largest economy in sub-Saharan Africa, is below the average of sub-Saharan Africa at 1%. In 1992, before most of this technology that we celebrate today ever existed, commercial bank lending to small enterprises was over 27% of the total lending. What happened? From 27% to 1%. The World Bank, approving a $500 million MSME facility last December, put it this way: fewer than 1 in 20 Nigerian MSMEs has access to bank credit. PwC puts the SME financing gap at around 48 trillion naira. And in terms of productivity, the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update found that in the decade to 2023, value added across the economy grew more slowly than the number of workers. In other words, as the workforce kept on growing, the productivity was not growing at the same pace. That's the reality that we face today. So, holding those two columns together, transaction volume is growing vertical. Account ownership is growing vertical. But credit access, 1%. And productivity, falling. That's the picture that we have. And here is a number that should trouble this room most. A Finance Financial Health Index, their measure of whether households can actually save, plan, and absorb a shock, fell from 28% in 2020 to 16% in 2023. It means that for most households in Nigeria, if something goes wrong, you are in trouble. You are one health crisis away from poverty. Every business is one wrong transaction away from going bankrupt. One fraud away from closing up. That's the danger that we face. So in terms of financial health, we are nowhere to be found. Access, financial access, which we have been reporting and recording, has been going up, but financial health has been going down. So let me state the thesis of this address in one sentence. We have digitized the transaction, we have not digitized the business. We have given the Nigerian merchant a faster till, and we have called it a transformation. It is not correct. The brief for this session sets out a chain that everyone in this hall could recite from memory. Digitalization, and like I said, Jude likes giving us long things to talk about. He wants to capture everything in one event. It says, digitalization leads to data. Data leads to visibility. Visibility leads to credit. Credit leads to growth. Growth leads to a stronger non-oil economy. I have no quarrel with the chain as an aspiration. My quarrel is that we have been drawing it on slides since 2016, and the numbers I have just read to you are the result. When a model has had a decade and has not produced its predicted outcome, the serious response is not to draw it again in a nicer font. It is to find the broken links. And I think that there are 3. Link 1. We solved individual identity as a nation, but we forgot to solve business identity. Our merchant has one business, but she has 7 financial identities. Let me explain. A typical merchant has a personal current account that she uses for the business, because that is what she opened first. Then she has 2 wallets, maybe one wallet on OPay, one on PalmPay, even a third one on MoneyPoint. Then she has a POS terminal that is registered in our brother's name because his documentation was in order and ours was not. Then she has a supplier who pays her on a third platform. And a share of her trade is still in cash, which has no identity at all. Now, ask a lender to assess her. Whichever provider you approach only sees 1/5 of a business and cannot know it is 1/5. A footprint scattered across 7 institutions is not a footprint. It's a smudge. You don't know what you are measuring. I'll give you something. Sometimes today we give POSs to our merchants, and the merchant begins to transact. And typically, those who lend, as our sister company that lends, will lend against the transaction history, right? But that transaction history is not the true picture of that business. What if she has 2 POSs? What if she has 3 POSs? She has a bank account. If I lend against that, I'm only lending against a part of the business, not the full picture. And so I really have no way of knowing the value of that business. I can think that a business is growing because the transactions are increasing. It may be that because she wants to deceive me, she reduces transactions on one terminal and moves the transaction to the other terminal, and I think, this business is growing. They're having more, and I lend against that, and it becomes a problem. These are the realities of today. It's because there is no digital business identity. Let me put it this way. The NIN identifies me individually as a Nigerian citizen. The BVN identifies me financially. For businesses, the CAC identifies you as a business. What is your financial identity? As a business, it does not exist. A word to my fellow technologists in particular. No quantity of artificial intelligence resolves this. I say that as someone who has spent years working seriously in that field. A model cannot join data that was never joined, where the underlying record is fragmented. A more sophisticated model does not give you a truer picture of the merchant. It gives you a more confident, wrong one. Have you asked AI something, and then it tells you with confidence? If you don't observe well, it's telling you rubbish. Because it's feeding on bad data. I think that's sometimes what we do when we look at this. So AI will not necessarily solve all our problems. It can make it terrible because it gives, and it will say it confidently that this is that. And whereas what it's telling you is absolute BS. Am I allowed to say that? All right. I want to suggest that that story is, okay, let me go to link 2. I think I've stated enough on the first one. This is the link I most want lenders in this room to sit with. The link is that the constraint was never information, it was cost to serve. So why do MSMEs not have access to credit? We think that it's because there is no data. There is no data about the business. I've talked about data, all right? But it's more than data. It is the cost to serve. We have told ourselves that story for 10 years. The story is banks do not lend to small businesses because they cannot see them. Solve the information asymmetry and credit will flow. I want to suggest that story is largely false. A bank does not decline a 300,000 naira facility because it lacks information. It declines it because originating, underwriting, monitoring, and collecting a 300,000 naira facility costs more than the facility will ever earn. The officer's time is identical, whether the loan is 300,000 or 300 million. The credit committee's time is identical. The documentation is identical. The recovery effort is very often greater for the 300,000 than in 300 million. Why would I go into the middle of Idumota to look for one merchant somewhere to collect my 300,000 back when I can go to a posh office in Ikoyi, sit down under the AC to collect my 300 million back? This is not a failure of vision, it is arithmetic. And it means that a decade of interventions aimed at the information problem, every alternative data initiative, every scoring pilot, every open banking working group has been aimed at a constraint that was never the binding one. Consider the evidence. Between 2024 and 2025, by the CBN's own annual report, the volume of electronic payments transactions in the country moved from 11.3 billion to 47.9 billion, a fourfold increase in observable economic activity in 12 months. SME credit share did not move within that same period. So it means digital payment transactions are growing, but digital credit or credit of any form at all, as far as it's SME, is not growing. If ever there was a natural experiment on the proposition that data unlocks credit, we have just run it at national scale, and the answer came back negative. So the question changes. It is no longer what technology helps us see the merchant better. It is what technology collapses the cost of originating, monitoring, and collecting a small facility towards zero. The reframing is the most useful thing I can offer this summit. And it is the first honest case I've encountered for artificial intelligence in this sector. Not AI as a better scorecard, we have enough scorecards, but AI as the thing that removes the human cost from the part of lending that have always required a human. The conversation in the merchant's own language, the bookkeeping she has never had time to do, the monitoring no institution could afford to perform on a 200,000 naira exposure, that is a cost story and not a data story. Number 3, the data tells you who can pay, but it never tells you who will pay. Here is the link that we discussed list, and it has done the most damage. Every credit decision answers 2 separate questions. Can she repay, and will she repay? A digital footprint answers the first beautifully. 12 months of turnover, established capacity. It tells you nothing about where you rank in a queue on the week when a landlord, a supplier, a children's school fees, and 3 other lenders all want paying at once. Who will she pay? Recourse is what a lender can do after default that makes default unattractive before it. There are only 3 kinds for credit companies, banks, digital lenders here. There are only 3 options. How do you get your money back if there is default? You can seize something, you can intercept it before, you can intercept the money before it reaches her, or you can withdraw something that she needs more than she needs the money. Notice that data appears nowhere on that list. Data is observation. Recourse is leverage. Observation without leverage does not extend credit. It prices risk more precisely, and precise pricing of an unsecured micro exposure in this market produces a rate at which no sensible merchant should borrow. Nigeria has built the machinery for recourse. The Secure Transactions in Movable Assets Act, the Collateral Registry, the Licensed Credit Bureau, the Global Standing Instruction. The machinery is not absent. We have it today. But it simply collapses at small ticket sizes. It's not worth it. So perfecting and enforcing a security interest over a 200,000 naira loan costs more than the loan. Somebody had mentioned this today. Litigation costs a multiple amount of the times of, we were saying it on the table that if you take a 200,000 naira loan, or you get 200,000 naira loss due to fraud, and you have to do 60,000 naira to get a court order to block the account. And you know the way the money moves. It transfers to this. Before you go there, it has moved. Before you go there, it has moved. They will wear you out. So a generation of digital lenders, I want to say this, very important. A generation of digital lenders add exactly what today's brief prescribes. They add rich alternative data. They add algorithms that helps them to underwrite loans, but no collateral, and they add instant disbursement. Within roughly 18 months, they discovered that their models priced risk well and recovered very little. So they manufactured recourse the only way available to them. They harvested the borrower's contact list and telephoned our pastor, our customers, and our mother-in-law. They used shame as a substitute for collateral, and it took the FCCPC and the licensing regime to stop it. We usually tell that as a story about predatory lenders. It is more useful as a story about structural necessity. When you extend credit without recourse, you do not get benign lending. You get lenders inventing enforcement. And the cheapest enforcement available is often the ugliest. The harassment was not a moral failure boiled onto the model. It was the model's missing leg, that was improvised. Now that I've been talking about the problems, it's time to talk about what actually works. And I just want to put suggestions to us and give us things to think about as we go away from this summit. What actually works and why it must run on the rail. Let me now be constructive, because the answer sits with the people in this room. The payment rail is the only enforcement layer that functions at micro ticket sizes. For one reason, it sits upstream of the money. You never chase her, the repayment simply never reaches her. A share of daily settlement deducted at source and self-liquidating. No court, no bailiff, no telephone call to our pastor. The cost of collection approaches near zero, which returns us directly to the second broken link, because cost to serve was the binding constraint all along. Imagine we come up with a product for MSMEs where we're able to lend against your daily, your stock, for instance. And every day, as you receive payment, a small amount is repaid back as money enters your account. So that you are not waiting for that D-Day at the end of the month or that D-Day in 2 months' time where you have to pay, because there's a problem of gathering and accumulating. If you pay as money enters your account, 1.5% is deducted every day. Then we are going near where we should be. Number 2, continuation value. What disciplines a merchant is not a threat of seizure. It is a prospect of losing a facility that grows when she performs. Limits that step up with repayment, attached to a rail she uses every day. Make default expensive without anyone ever being threatened. That is the old microfinance insight. The dynamic incentives outperform collateral carried onto digital infrastructure. Number 3, finance the goods rather than the gap. An advance disbursed to our distributor against a specific purchase order is secured by inventory that exists, has a market value, and was never converted into cash she could redirect. A fundamental different risk object from a cash loan against a score. All 3 depend on one condition, and I want to be candid that it is uncomfortable. They work only if she cannot cheaply route around you, which returns us to the fragmentation problem that I discussed earlier. We need a digital financial business identity. A digital financial business identity. Let me widen the lens as I draw to a close, because there's a larger indictment than any of the 3 I have made. Our merchant works a 12-hour day. Payments takes 2 seconds. She has a digital cash register bolted onto an entirely analog business. Our procurement is analog. She buys from whichever distributor's driver arrives at whatever price is quoted that morning, with no visibility of what the same carton costs 3 streets away. Our inventory is analog. She learns she's out of stock when a customer asks and she has nothing to show. Our pricing is analog. The credit she extends to our own customers is analog, recorded in an exercise book, if it's ever recorded at all. And here's the point, and that is where our margin actually dies. What we have done is that we have digitized the payment, but we have not digitized the business. The payment leg is now electronic, but the entirety of the business is analog. We need to solve that problem. Now to the non-air question, because Jude has many questions he wanted us to answer. Sminan and NBS National Survey gives us 2 numbers that belong side by side. Nigerian MSMEs contribute 46% of GDP. They account for 6% of exports. Let that sink in. Sit with that gap. It means that half the economy, a 20th of what we sell to the world, is just 6% of our total GDP. And the reason is structural. The overwhelming majority of Nigerian MSMEs are traders, not producers. They buy goods and resell them. 99.8% of them are micro enterprises. And the CCE reminds us that 93% of employed Nigerians work informally. notwithstanding an official unemployment rate of around 4%. When we digitize a trader, what we are really doing is that we are digitizing the distribution of goods, making it more efficient. That's a real gain. But we should be clear-eyed about where a great many of those goods originate. In the fourth quarter of last year alone, China alone supplied 31% of Nigeria's import, which means that a decade of extraordinary work by this industry has built world-class rails for the efficient distribution of another country's manufacturing. You cannot export transaction history. And look at what trade data has actually done while our payment volumes went vertical. MBS puts non-oil products at 3.15 trillion naira in the fourth quarter of last year, 16.5% of exports. In the first quarter of this year, 3.19 trillion. In the same quarter, a year before that, 3.17 trillion. That means everything is flat. 3 consecutive quarters, flat in nominal naira. With Nigeria's inflation rate, means our non-oil exports have actually been shrinking in real terms, not growing, not even flat. Mineral products remain 84.5% of what we sell abroad. If this summit is serious about non-oil growth, and I take that it is, because it is in the title, then digitalization must reach the part of the economy that produce tradable output, agriculture, light manufacturing, processing, tradable services, which is actually one bright spot for Nigeria with the population of young people that we have. And we should be honest about which of those the payment industry currently serves well. We serve we serve the urban retail trader superbly. We serve the small older farmer poorly because their working capital cycle is 90 days and our instrument assume that they will have big money at the end of 1 month. Efficient distribution of imported goods will not diversify this economy away from oil. It will make our import dependence more efficient. That is what it is doing today. Let me close with 3 obligations. One for the regulator, one for the industry, and one for all of us. To the regulator, make visibility reciprocal. For a great many merchants, the honest calculation today is that going digital makes you traceable and taxable and offers you very little in return. When that is the arithmetic, invisibility is not ignorance. It's a rational business strategy. Nobody formalizes so that I can become part of the tax queue. The direction of the Nigerian Tax Act is effective. So we are happy that the new Tax Act has worked in the right direction. I hope that we'll continue to look at that. I would gently observe that the electronic money transfer levy raised nearly 150 billion naira in the first half of last year, up more than 50% year on year. And that we levy the electronic transfer while its cash equivalent goes untouched. And we are wondering why there is still cash in the economy. So the banks, fintechs, and payment companies stop competing on ordering of merchant activity and start competing on what we do with it. I've told us what to do before, so I'll go to the last. And to all of us, first, of the merchants who moved from cash to predominantly digital acceptance 5 years ago, how many are measurably larger today? We should not measure whether they've gone electronic in terms of transaction. We should measure whether they have grown as a business. Number 2, what proportion of credit applications from unregistered businesses succeed at your institution or on your book this year? Number 3, the one that matters most. If the merchant in Msme walked into this hall this morning and asked what the last decade has brought her, what will be our answer? I began with that woman in Msme who did everything we told her to do. She's not waiting for faster payment. She has a fast payment. She's waiting for the second thing we promised her. And we have spent a decade congratulating ourselves on the first. The task before this room is not to persuade more Nigerian businesses to go digital. That argument is already won. The task is to make sure that when they do, something happens. Thank you.
Something will happen. A round of applause for our dear friend, Dr. Adekule Daniel, the Chief Operating and Technical Officer of OPE. That was quite an incisive presentation. I'm sure you agree with me. He took his time to give details. I'm sure some of you are going to ask him, when is OPE going to go after money lenders and all that? No, he didn't come here for that. If you are owing OPE, don't go out through the back door. He's not looking for you. All right. You see, he's raised very pertinent and fundamental issues about lending. And he's also raised issues about regulations. He's also raised issues about the role of MSMEs and what entrepreneurs ought to do and what they are not doing and what we as industry players are also doing and not doing. And he's also giving us the three industry charge from the regulators part, the players part, and also as individuals. He raised some fundamental issues, and I think it's important that we also provide clarity because this is a summit. You see, when you say to people that a new tax law has come to stay and there will be immense benefits, there's also what we call the moral obligations of citizens, which have been deprived by the new tax law. You know, you say people who earn below a particular threshold need not pay tax. But the law did not also say that that person who do not pay tax can hold the system accountable. So what it means is that if you sue the government today asking for government to account for certain transactions, the government also has the right to ask if you have a locus standi. That you, that is a non-taxpayer, what right have you to ask government how is spending the money that other taxpayers have paid? Because the larger chunk of the people who are now being cut off from the tax net, which some of us are going to pay their taxes, will have no moral obligation to hold the system accountable. That is not provided in the law. So that's another issue that we should look at. We should also look at the issues of the responsibilities of everyone when it comes to lending. And I'm glad that you identified this. You gave the issues of predatory loans, loan sharks, and so on and so forth, which is good. And you've also given us the advice on the way forward. I know that some of them here don't agree, some agree. That conversation will also move forward. Let me also use this opportunity to recognize one of our panelists who came in as the program was ongoing. He's no other person than our dear friend of the house. He's been with us. He's always been in our support. He will never deny us, like Peter that would deny Christ 3 times, because his name is not Peter. He's no other person than Dr. Stanley Jacob, the Group Chief Innovation and Technology Officer, Mary Stream Securities Group, and the President of FinTech Association of Nigeria. Dr. Jacob, you are welcome. Also ably representing the CEO of SANEF. Some people will not know what the word SANEF means. And so I need to explain that. If I don't, if it's wrong, just say no. If it's right, you just nod your head. SANEF means Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities. It's an initiative of financial institutions across board, both fintechs, microfinance banks, commercial banks, all play within this network to make sure that financial inclusion is made possible. And so the unbanked become banked. And representing that CEO is no other person than the Chief Marketing, Communications and Product Development Officer, Mr. Ihe Chukwuebeji. He's here. My dear Oga, who emphasized that that small boy cannot sit on that chair when he's here. And you know, he's also one of our panelists and a brother and friend to the house. He's been an industry player, the chieftain of MSMEs. He's captured the industry so well, moved from one financial institution after the other, and then finally settled to become our chairman, who is in charge of e-business industry in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not know him, you just encourage us by giving him a resounding round of applause and make welcome the Chief Partnership and Ecosystems Officer of Wema Bank, no other person than Ajibade Laolu Adewale. Ladies and gentlemen, these men are going to throw a lot of insights to the conversations, and just keep your questions. They are available to answer. You know, if you go to their offices, they have receptionists and all that will have a lot of forms to fill to see them. Don't worry, no security man is stopping you from seeing them today. We had made sure that a lot of beautiful men and women who will be at the back, when they smile at them, they'll sit back and answer your questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me at this moment call on the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Wealth, Creation and Employment in Lagos State, who is ably represented here by the Director of Partnership, Mrs. Yemisi Adeni, to please come forward and give us the speech by the Honorable Commissioner for Wealth, Creation and Employment, Lagos State.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. And I bring goodwill message from the Honorable Commissioner for Wealth, Creation and Employment, Honorable Bankole Ajigbotafe, who today is unavoidably absent due to urgent state assignments. So he has called on me yesterday night to represent him at this great event. So I'm going straight to his speech. It is a pleasure to join you at the 6th Annual MSME and Startup Economic Summit 2026. I bring warm greetings. I commend the Africa Global Economic Forum and its partners for convening this timely summit, which brings together key stakeholders to address issues central to Nigeria's economic future. The theme, Digitizing MSMEs for Unlocking Nigeria's Non-Oil Revenue and Economic Growth, is both relevant and urgent. MSMEs remain the backbone of our economy. They create jobs, drive innovation, and sustain livelihood among communities. However, in today's world, survival and growth increasingly depend on digital capability. Therefore, digitalization is no longer optional. It is essential for competitiveness, market expansion, financial inclusion, and business sustainability. A digitally enabled MSME can reach wider markets, improve efficiency, access finance more easily, and operate more transparently. Collectively, this strengthens Nigeria's economy and broadens our revenue base. For Lagos State, this agenda aligns strongly with our commitment to wealth creation and employment generation. We recognize that government alone cannot build a thriving enterprise ecosystem. It therefore requires strong collaboration between public institutions, financial systems, technology providers, and entrepreneurs. Through the ministry and the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, we continue to support MSMEs with access to finance and enterprise development opportunities. However, finance alone is not enough, just as we have heard. Business also needs digital skills, market access, and the right enabling environment to grow sustainably. This is why platforms like this summit are important. They help strengthen partnership and create practical solutions for MSME growth. We must also ensure inclusivity. Young entrepreneurs and informal sectors operators must not be left behind in the digital economy. Therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's economic future depends on how well we unlock the potential of our entrepreneurs. They are not just beneficiaries of policy, they are partners in national development. We must therefore continue to build an environment where ideas become businesses, businesses become enterprises, and enterprises become job creators and wealth generators. As Lagos strengthens its position as a leading hub for innovation and enterprise, we remain committed to policies that support competitiveness, investment, and sustainable growth. I encourage all stakeholders here to move beyond dialogue and focus on actionable outcomes that will strengthen MSMEs across Nigeria. Let us improve access to finance. Let us accelerate digital adoption. Let us expand market opportunities, and let us deepen public-private partnership. And then we will build a stronger ecosystem for enterprise growth. Thank you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. That was the Director of Partnership at the Lagos State Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, who is representing the Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Akiemi Ajibo Tafe. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving into the panel session. And you would also agree with me that the conversations here require serious interrogations. And we would also take insights, take comments, take opinions, and also take questions from every participant here as the time permits. So I will be inviting the moderator of this panel, who is no other person than my professional colleague, Stephen Ipalibo Lawson, ANIPR, to come take his seat as the moderator of the event. I would also invite the panelists, Mr. Dotun Daniel Adekunle, who made a succinct presentation here, to also join us. They say OP is okay. How okay will they give me the money? I don't know. But before he leaves here, I'm sure he will credit my OP account. The friend of the house, Dr. Stanley Jacob, would also join us. Our able chairman of the Committee of E-Business, Mr. Ajibade Laulu Adewale. Representing the MDCEO SANEF, Mr. Ibeji would also join us in this conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, my job will be temporarily suspended as I will cede the microphone to the moderator, who has exactly 60 minutes. Sir, 60 minutes.
Thank you very much,
Monday. Sir, 60 minutes.
Monday,
sir,
you have taken 5 minutes of my time.
Excuse me, sir. 60 minutes.
Noted, sir.
Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Monday Ashibogu, who apparently is standing where I usually stand. And it's interesting that we are gathered here for the next 1 hour. And I'm seated on this panel almost like a family affair. Because on my right are people who obviously have been in this industry for quite a long while. And of course, on my left are also people who have been in this industry for a very much while. So for us, what we're trying to want to do and achieve at the end of the panel is to make this as engaging as possible. We want to leverage on case studies and models where the participant and delegates seated here will be able to take in, because these insights are coming from people who are on the ground, who are coming from a place of experience. And the major theme for this year's edition of the 6th Annual MSME and Startup Economic Summit 2026 is Digitizing MSMEs for Unlocking Nigerians' Non-Oil Revenue and Economic growth. But we are going to be focusing more in the area of digitizing MSME finance. And the interesting thing is that, like Dr. mentioned earlier on, over 40 million MSMEs contribute basically over 45%. And I think the exact figure perhaps is within the border of 46.32% of the GDP. And they employ well over 85% of the Nigerian workforce. But we agree that even at that, with these kinds of data, it remains a very informal cash-based and certainly invisible to formal credit and tax system. And what are we going to help to achieve in terms of digitization as a platform to actually leapfrog? Whether we're looking at the issue of payments, we're looking at the issue of data, we're looking at agent banking, as the case might be. And on this panel, like I said earlier on, I have an intersection of fintech policy, which is represented by Dr. Stanley Jacob. We fondly call him DSJ. Of course, we have the bank-led e-business standards, which is represented by no other person than Mr. Laolu Adewale, who we fondly call Chamo, as well as the last mile agent infrastructure, SANEF, who is ably representing his MD, Mrs. Uche Uzoebo, who is obviously, she's in Abuja right now dealing with some other, and Ajibade came in from Abuja as a matter of fact. Mr. Iyechukwu Ibeji, who oversees marketing communications and product development at SANEF, will basically help us to be able to drive this conversation. So I'm going to go with this format. I will start up with a general question, and then I will go back to my panelists with particular questions we've all agreed to respond to. Why we want this to be an audience-led panel and engagement, we are going to open the floor to every single one of you to ask your questions. And we would like you to ask the questions as succinctly as possible so that we can maximize the 1 hour that we have. And then we come back with the responses of those questions if there are any. And then my panelists will basically close the session so that we can meet within Dr. Monday's admonition that we must keep between 1 hour. And so I'm going to start with Dr. Stanley Jacob, who obviously is the president of FinTech NGR, and he sits also as the GCITO at Meristem Security. I know for sure that you were a member of the governing council at CIBN, and you've played a critical role in terms of some of your insights and contributions in the nation's fintech space. Of recent, you've taken a public position that basically focuses on the fact that we've won the access war, if you remember very well, but for financial inclusion. But the risk still involves a matter that deals with intelligence war. What do we do with the data? We're looking at digitization as a major strategy to help us drive, this financial inclusion. We've been able to achieve one step, but now we are confronted with another aspect that is going to be able to help us close that gap. From your own professional experience and what you've seen in the market, can you share with us some of those insights that you think will help us achieve and close that gap? And what MSMEs need to do in order to position them to take advantage of all of that. I think there's a microphone the two of you will have to share, and then the two of you will share one of these if possible. Okay?
Thank you very much. I think when it comes to positioning, you talked about the access war. Good morning, everyone.
Yes, it's still morning.
Yeah, so we talked about the access war, and I was glued to my seat, listening to what my brother Dotun was reeling out. It was a lot, and we just need to look forward to action. One of the things I would say when it comes to positioning is something we don't talk about more often. You know, today every Nigerian that is banked know about the BVN. And whether you are banked or not banked, you are almost being compelled to take up NIN. So we are, at least for you to have a phone number. So it means that we have done so well to establish the unique identity for individuals. The question always is, when you ask an average Nigerian or an average business owner, what is the unique identity for business? We don't have. CAC has an ID or your certificate number. The tax man gives you an ID. Everybody gives you an ID that is running in silos. I think the first positioning that we need to take, maybe not for the business now, but for the industry, is to get unique identifiers for our business. Until we are able to achieve that, a lot of things and solutioning that fintechs want to put forward might almost be impossible. So we need to look at this identity conversation from a different perspective. You are not able to position, you are not able to benefit until you can be identified. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Please can we put our hands together for Dr. Stanley Jacob? And I think that identity crisis has to be resolved in order for us to be able to fast track a lot in terms of adoption. However, we've also been confronted with certain issues that focuses on trust. And I'm going to come to Ajibade on that, where one of your recent framing, you've actually anchored on the fact that rapid digital payments growth is actually outpacing trust infrastructure. And then one basically understands that a lot of MSMEs, and of course people who play in this space, are confronted with, will I say, what you call slow reversals and then failed transactions. And some of this aspect actually dovetails on the trust infrastructure that we have. However, when we imagine that when this is resolved, there's going to be the kind of progress that we expect. So basically, trust and dispute resolution speed will determine whether traders will keep using digital rails or revert back to cash. People oftentimes say cash is king. And if digital platforms need to become the king that replaces cash, then a lot in terms of that trust infrastructure has to be in place. Can you share with us some of those insights from your own experience, because you also sit as the chairman of CB, and what exactly is being done with regards to addressing the trust infrastructure, which a lot of MSMEs are confronted with, especially in their daily engagement and when it comes to transactions?
Thank you. So when I was coming from Abuja, I wanted to show people that I'm coming from Abuja. I wanted to dress in native and wear that northern cap so that I don't need to introduce myself that I'm an Abuja boy. But I said to myself again that we are speaking to MSMEs and I'm speaking on behalf of banking industry. Let me dress like a banker. But I knew somebody who would wear native all the time, and he did not disappoint. Dr. Jacob will always wear native JJ, and he will not disappoint. So I think I should imbibe that. I should start wearing native more. But then again, we are talking about trust in MSMEs. A couple of things around trust that we need to address. First is, if as an MSME, I'm trying to sell something to someone, and the person is transferring to me, how am I sure it's not fake transfer is doing to me? Another trust will arise from, if I didn't keep my money in the bank, what guarantees that when I want to take my money, there will not be system failure? Or if I send money to my suppliers, the money will get to that destination. So a couple of issues that we have seen in the market today, again, which speaks to fraud because it's part of trust. I want to collect my money and keep it in my pocket, because if I keep it in my bank account, I don't know who will defraud me. I don't know. So all those things come together is the reason why MSMEs will say, I don't want to use digital platforms or banking solutions, because of those trust issues. The naira in my pocket today, I trust it much more than the naira in my account because of those issues. Not necessarily because of fraud. It could be because somebody transferred money to me, I have not seen it. Or when I want to have access to that money, I can't find it. But you know, the money in your account, in your hands like this, you can spend it at any time, you can see it at any time. However, the problem is if you compare both channel of receiving your money against fulfillment when you have to give out products, you will see that you are shortchanging yourself if you are still collecting your cash. And the reason is because you will be sidelined away from visibility. What digital transformation through digital tools that are available for you does for you is to ensure that you are visible. Somebody can see your business. Somebody can appraise your business. Somebody can measure your business. And based on that, somebody can support your business in any way, either through grants or loan or patronage or credibility. Because you want to show someone that, look at me, I do this much business daily. Trust me, you cannot go and show the person and say, see my cash. No, you have to show historical data that shows how much you have done over time, your inventory, how much you have bought over time, and everything around the business, because you have access to it digitally. And for us, most of us talk about AI today. Data is the fuel that powers AI. If you have enough data, analytics can help you bring out and identify you in that system as a customer that the bank should value or the service provider should value. You know, we all know today that if for any reason, for lack of a better example, if Dangote enters this hall now, all of us come and take selfie with him. Most of us will take selfie with him. Because data has shown that that is a billionaire we all want to be like. It's data that showed it because of the value on his account. The same way data will show that you are the kind of customer that your financial institution should go after and look after and find out from what else can we do for you to deepen our size of business that you have. So the issue of trust, very important. We need to address it. But overall, it's more profitable for you to embrace the digital platforms than to do otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can you put your hands together for him? And I'll agree with you, Ajibade, because personally right now I'm confronting a similar issue where a transaction I actually did yesterday, it failed. My account was debited, but talking about 24 hours in terms of reversal, up to this point it has not been done. Now that's going to take me all of the time to get back to the bank to lodge in a complaint. Are there digital platforms that one can be able to use to be able to address some of those issues? A part of the real experiences a lot of MSMEs as well as individuals actually have. And that obviously, like you rightly said, of course reflects on that trust infrastructure. And I think Nigeria is one of the countries where the trust index is not so much one that we can be so proud of. If we have trust infrastructure well positioned, I'm very sure that MSMEs themselves will be much more successful as they have been so far. I want to say thank you, a big thank you to that. But I'm going to come to my right, and I'm going to first and foremost get to Mr. Ibeji, who apparently is representing his boss from SANEF. And SANEF actually has been an organization I've worked with over the years. I know that in terms of the drive of onboarding agents, as a matter of fact, who help especially with the last mile. We've seen how SANEF has actually been able to play in that space, and has been quite successful because the initial target that they had, they overshot that target. And today we are seeing the fact that SANEF has onboarded over 2 million agents and pushing access points to over 1,900, so to speak, per 100,000 adults, while the overall financial inclusion, as we talk about, it stands at over 74%. Still very much of a shortfall from the 95% that we had as a target. However, being the last mile plumbing link, especially when it has to do with driving that aspect of it, what is actually stalling the 21% thereabout gap that we've never been able to achieve the 95%. Now that we have so much of agent bankers, you see the POS right on the streets. We see also people taking up those options. ATM, as a matter of fact, I would say a lot of Nigerians oftentimes will do trading through the POS than they will do with the ATMs. So share with us from that SANEF experience what the journey had been over the years and where we are now and what possibly the future is going to be and how that will benefit the micro, small, and medium enterprise and landscape.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. Esteemed MC, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and it's just a joy to be in the midst of MSMEs who control over 97% of employment, right, and over 50% to the GDP of our economy. SANEF really stands for the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities Limited. It is an initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, supported by licensed deposit money banks and licensed super agents and mobile money operators. SANEF's mandate essentially is to expand financial inclusion, which in a nutshell just means bringing more people, right, more unbanked into the formal banking ecosystem through agent banking. And so when SANEF started, SANEF was given the mandate of reining in 500,000 new to system agents to support the brick and mortar, which are the banks, the licensed deposit money banks. And by the end of December 2020, SANEF had met and surpassed that target in collaboration with licensed deposit money banks, licensed super agents, and mobile money operators. Do not forget that these licensed financial service providers own the infrastructure and are the institutions, the backbone behind these transactions and financial services. So we had met by 561,000 agents as at that time. And since that time, we've continued to collaborate with the licensed financial service providers to deepen financial inclusion through agent banking by, of course, increasing more agents, bringing more agents into the ecosystem. And as of today, we stand at over 2 million agents spread across the 6 geopolitical regions and 774 local governments in Nigeria. And for us, one of the most exciting things that this does is that at the base, right, and we're talking about at the base, one of the things that this does for MSME businesses is that it moves financial services closer to the MSMEs. So in every touch point, in every location that you have an MSME business, be it in the normal retail market in Ogbete market, or be it in Sansan market in Warri, or be it in any of the cartoon markets in the north, as long as you have MSME business around those areas, you have access to these agent locations and digital touch points where you can, of course, transact or do financial services. Also, another very important thing for us is that it helps the MSMEs to create digital footprints. Digital financial footprints really is to ensure that your financial transactions go through the formal system. So once you begin to use these agent locations at touch points, you also have to have your transactions have those digital financial footprints, because at the end of the day, in the long run of it, well, don't forget that it starts at the base before the backbone, which are the licensed financial service providers who have onboarded these agents, do a follow-up with the MSMEs to, of course, expand your products and services, right? Now, at the point where you have created a digital footprint, it becomes more or less a data that you can use to, of course, request for further products and services, be it credit, for example, be it loans, and that is also another very important reason. Another very, very critical importance for us is that it breaks down, all right, it breaks down the digital financial literacy for the MSMEs. It makes it easy for you, it kind of simplifies the processes for you to come into the financial service bracket, and in such a manner that as you interface with the agents, what the agents do for you is to explain a bit further to you how this works. Look, at the front, when you go to an agent or an agent touch point, what you see really is the POS terminal or his infrastructure, right? But at the back end, there are a lot of collaborations that go on, right, that make that structure function by the certified or licensed agent. And that's one of the joys of the entire process and infrastructure. So SANEF have continued to collaborate to make sure that that happens, and MSMEs will of course strive by using those kind of platforms. Very importantly for us too is that it turns transactions from cash to digital. It's a largely cash-based MSME market, right? But as you create digital footprints by using those touch points, what happens is that you lean the burden of cash to the banks through the agents, and what that does for you, aside creating just digital footprints, it also turns it from cash to digital footprint. Yes, we may not have touched the needle, but we're no longer at 561 as at 561,000 as at 2020. We're
Okay.
about 2 million now, and we're chasing 464 per 100,000 agent, 100,000 adult population. That's for each ecosystem you go to. You have over 460 agents serving 100,000 population. But now across the 6 geopolitical regions, we surpass that. So the needle is moving gradually, and I think that is very, very important progress for MSMEs as they consider these various touch points. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please can you put our hands together for him and for SANEF. SANEF is, has opened up all kinds of opportunities for MSMEs, as a matter of fact, driving the very aspect of digitizing finance, as the case is. It's also opened up new opportunities. We've seen where small businesses have actually come on board. We've seen where transaction is ongoing. Nevertheless, with everything, I think some of those challenges are part of the reasons why we are seated here to have them addressed. And having established that first round of questions, I'm going to go finally to Dr. Dotu for this moment. Is the one who has presented that keynote topic, as a matter of fact, and is somebody who is not very much new in the industry. We know that OP is okay, and he has confirmed that as a matter of fact. But OP serves over 45 million customers and is a CBN partner in the payment system Vision PSV 2028, which, as a matter of fact, we were all together in Abuja during the launch, knowing the fact that some of these things are part of the essence of why we've come to realize that payment is no longer the problem we need to solve. We have to go beyond that in terms of where the real opportunities are, especially with building intelligent systems that can help address some of these issues as such as underserved users, as well as dealing with what positive financial outcomes had to be, especially when in terms to the services you offer. We know OP reports over 99% transaction success, and I think that one is quite commendable. I want to say a big thank you for being one of our unicorns, as a matter of fact. Good stories that we've actually come to share. Please put your hands together for OP one more time. And I think also the fact that we are in the age of AI, and we're looking at what digital platforms actually can give to us. I would like you to speak to the post-payment infrastructure and what that means for the MSMEs, especially in terms of formalizing that financial strain that can give them advantage. You are playing in the role that sometimes people imagine that OP just deals only with cash in, cash out, or just deals with certain transactions. And then more we need to see, especially for the benefit of MSMEs who are operating and also using your platform. So let's look at that area in terms of the post-payment infrastructure, as the case might be, or systems.
All right, thank you very much, and I'm again excited to be here. Everyone on this panel, they are dear friends and colleagues that are well respected across the industry. Yes, in terms of what we offer to the market, I think that payments and collections are critical to the progress that we've achieved as an industry in moving people into the financial ecosystem. But payments, as it were, is just the entry point. The first thing is I should be able to collect from anybody that wants to make payments to me. I should be able to make payments to my suppliers at any point in time. That is now something that is largely achieved. And we cannot underestimate the value that that has brought to the ecosystem. It has brought safety, it has brought trust. Gone are those days where you are afraid of carrying cash all around as an MSME. You don't have to carry the cash because the value can sit in your account and you can access it from your point of sale, you can access it from your mobile phone, you can access it from your laptop or wherever, and you're able to move and receive funds at any point in time. So safety has been achieved. I think we also moved on that trust infrastructure. Those days when transfers started becoming predominant, I remember that many times you go to a merchant location and when you offer to pay by transfer, the reaction will be, no, don't pay by transfer. I think those days are over. We are now in a time where the merchants are regularly displaying that this is my account number, you can make payments here. And sometimes, even in traffic, if you want to buy from a malam that is selling on the road, he's able to tell you that this is my account number, pay and transfer. And sometimes, without even waiting for the alerts to come, they tell you to go and they give the goods. It shows how much trust has evolved. I think that the next layers on top of what has been achieved in the payment sector are now the area of credit, the area of pensions, the area of insurance, the area of all those value additional financial services that will bring financial health. Financial inclusion and access is now achieved. It is financial health that is the next frontier that we need to solve. And OPay, through its sister companies, is offering some of those services to the market and to MSMEs. Thank you.
All right. Is OPay offering loans as well? Single-digit loans?
I will not speak on behalf of OPay MFB. I will speak on behalf of OPay MMO. OPay has two entities, the mobile money operator and then the MFB. But of course, the MFB offers credit to consumers and to merchants and is readily much more accessible than traditional institutions. And the whole game of that is to help to drive the MSMEs towards a point where they can be able to thrive. And that's something that we need to do every day going forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you so very much, Doctor. Please put your hands together for him. I'm very sure some people are itchy to ask one or two questions. Money is quite very important. I'm going to go back to Dr. Stanley. Looking ahead, what would it take to move from simply digitizing MSME transactions to creating a system where an MSME's digital footprint can actually unlock working capital, credit, and investment? Because I think that is what the post-era we should be looking at. It's not so much about digitization. How will it give me so much in terms of working capital, build up my credit, and that digital footprint and identity, which you alluded earlier on in your first submission, can actually be an asset in a sense?
Thank you very much. I like to talk about capital.
Okay.
Capital. Yes. Okay. So in my opening commentary, I talked about unified identity, the universal identity or unique identity for businesses. I would like to build on that because I know that my brother Dotun talked about digitization not being everything. I think we need to reinforce that and maybe share some more points around it. So digitization is only the first step. It is not, it will never be the destination. And some of the things we have here is we have scenarios where our MSMEs transact digitally, but the transaction history, huge, ever-growing, but really doesn't mean anything to them when it comes to equity and other things. And I believe that what I should address with this question is, how do we have our MSMEs transact digitally and let this transaction history, transaction logs build their equity and give them reputation and also help them to access data-backed assets. Most importantly, open door to capital. So we've been talking about fintech startups and how a lot of investment companies, venture capital, they take their bets on investing in fintechs. But we don't hear of these investors invest in MSMEs. And it's quite interesting because many MSMEs are bigger than the fintechs that we call startups. And so it's about shape and form, and maybe if you want to put it, the form factor. So where do we get to a point where people will ask, what's the difference? Of course, before a fintech accesses those funds, they build models. They do all manner of things and valuations and all that. Who is going to teach the MSME to do this? For us to make progress in this front, beyond having the unique identity for businesses, which is one of the key takeaway that we want to force down this year's MSMEs Startup Summit, we also need to have a national MSME credit scoring utility. And this utility or platform should not be owned by a fintech. It should not be owned by a bank. It needs to be owned like a public-private infrastructure, like what we have with SANEF,
yeah.
what we have with NIPS. Of course, that should be like a more desired model. But I know that my vice president, Dr. Jamila, the vice president of FinTech Nigeria, she serves as the MD of Credit Registry. And in the past 2 years, they built what they call Smart Score. And it's now giving credit scores to individuals. I really, really hope to see that go around our population. But where a more desirable state for me will be having Smart Score for businesses. And final destination, having it become an independent platform for Nigeria, like something that is housing the BVN. When we do that, right, it aggregates the data sources into standardized, portable credit score. You can look at a business and say your score is 6. And that 6 means something, whether you should go or not go. It makes it easier for MSMEs to move from one lender to another. And as you move along with your credit score and continue to build on your credibility and equity. Over time, that is what transitions an MFB into a large corporate, which is one thing I don't think we measure in this country.
All right, Dr. Stanley.
The next part is, I will wrap up.
Okay.
So the next part is embedded finance. Having embedded finance at the point of trade. Everybody is talking about embedded finance for the consumer. What about embedded finance for the business? And embedded finance at the point of transaction or interface for the consumer. Embedded finance needs to be prioritized at the point of trade for the business. Many of the MSMEs we talk about today, whether you are selling a phone or selling something, they get it now. They get their things directly from China. They get from other parts of Southeast Asia. On a WhatsApp chat, they've imported 20, 50 mobile phones. And that's not small money. How do we embed on that platform insurance for those products? Because most times they are not insured. So that's why you see when you buy from MSMEs, it's cheaper. Because a lot of those things and cover you get probably is not accompanying it. So we want to see a situation where we can embed it. Where we can embed credit. We've talked a lot about credit, but I want to go to a platform as an MSME where I'll say I'm ordering 20 Vivons, and it's going to come with insurance in case when it was coming, they stole it at the port or in the airport. It's going to show me that there are 3 or 4 credit providers on that platform, and I'll compare their interest rate. That is for an MSME that is ordering inventory. And when I'm selling to my customers, let the same thing happen. So everything we are talking about for consumers, we need to put the same energy in terms of digitization for businesses.
For businesses also.
Don't worry, I'm equally guilty. I'll wrap up in 2 minutes. The next is investor-grade MSME data. If we want to move beyond lending to getting equity investment for our MSMEs or venture capital, because people now think that it's only fintech startups that can get venture capital. But businesses, any kind of business can. People fund idea. They don't fund a business type, right? So we need data that institutional investors can trust. And we have to help the MSMEs do this. How do we build platforms that standardize accounting, the accounting format, that standardize revenue reporting, that can standardize the governance benchmark, and when any private equity or venture capital company comes, what they are seeing as revenue for company A, that is an MSME, they can relate it to company B. Because in fintech, we say, okay, this is the valuation. In MSME, what are we really using to report this? We need to standardize it maybe from sector to sector. And lastly, governments and policy incentives. We need to look at that. You know, imagine after all these things we've talked about, an MSME goes through, gets the identity, maintain the record, does everything. Now they can file taxes online and use formal payment channels, you know, to get everything they need from the bank. Government needs to play their part, puts incentives, puts tax rebates, and so many other things. In summary, the goal is not digitization, right? The goal is digital capitalization. That's where we should go, right? And we can digitize and digitize and digitize. And Dotun said it this morning, you cannot export transaction histories, right? So the goal is not to digitize. The goal is to digitize the flow of capital. That's the only time we can tell businesses grow, stand, and transit from one level of growth to another. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Stanley Jacob. Now you will see why he's doctor and he's also president of FinTech NGR. I think that submission obviously has helped in trying to align with some of the concerns that we have. However, I'll quickly go to Mr. Jibade, who happens to be the chairman of CB. And we will look at this particular focus, especially with Dr. Stanley's submission with regards to going beyond digitization as just an end product. We need to look at the capitalization of that, especially value. And so, Ajibade, if digitization makes an MSME more visible and measurable, what must the banking ecosystem do next to make that MSME genuinely financeable? I mean, what should we be looking with regards to the banking ecosystem? Over to you, sir.
Dr. Jacob has said everything all, and I know you were all listening. So this question, just carry that answer that you listened to the other time and marry it to this question. Because I don't know what else you want me to say again. But then, what you are saying, or your question is around, now that we have visibility, through all those digital bookkeeping, the payment collection tools that you have used, it has removed you from the shadow economy into a digital economy. People can see you now. How do you then become financeable? In the traditional banking system that Dotun almost threw a jab at the other time, he said that, he was talking about the OPay microfinance bank. Don't mind him. I can explain. In banking, there's something we call the 5 C's of credit, which includes, and the most important two will be your capacity to pay back when we borrow you money, and then your character. Your character is your historical data that hope is not that somebody has borrowed you money before, or you have borrowed from somewhere before, and then you didn't pay back. It will show in your statement, or it will show at your credit score that Dr. Stanley was trying to talk about. Again, there are still fragmented issues because we don't have a standardized, more like a NIPS for credit scoring, like a credit badge that you carry along. In the civilized world, you see people guiding it very well because a lot of things contribute to it. You didn't pay your house rent, or you didn't pay your landlord, you beat traffic. A lot of things contribute to your credit scoring in civilized world. And Nigeria is actually trying to do something similar to that with credit core. I don't know if you know credit core, so Google them. They're trying to do something in that space. So now that your historical data shows that you have capacity to pay and you have character to pay back, again, based on your historical data, you have moved away from shadow economy to digital economy. You are following my story. Now there is an issue of collateral. Just in case something happens out of God, NSAS, one thing, and it affects your business, you know that the bank is not a charity organization. You get the point? The bank is not save a soul. No. The bank is a business entity. People put money there. And the managers are responsible to ensure that that person's money is saved. So even when we see all these things, we still ask for collateral. That where is the collateral that just in case anything happens, can you pay back, or can I have something to hold on to? What I think we should start doing, which some of us have already started doing now, if you download alerts, I work in Weber Bank, and you request for a loan, we don't ask you for your house or your vehicle or fixed assets like that. We can check some metrics, empirical data that can help us to know whether you have those two things. And we will begin to build our algorithm around your cash flow and your inventory. How often do you buy? Turnover. I can predict it. You cannot be doing business of 100,000 naira and you say you want to collect a loan of 1 million naira. From what I can see, you don't have the capacity to pay back because you don't even have capacity to take that amount of money. So those are the kind of things we need to start doing to build solutions, to build a collateral around the business the customer is doing. And again, speaks to the much data that we have about you. If you collect cash all the time, or we don't know where you put your money, we won't be able to measure you across those parameters to be able to judge. Then again, we also need to provide your loans to you as at when you need it. Today, if you want to take a loan from a bank, you probably fill a form and submit this document, submit that document. It passes through a lot of desk before it gets approved. What I think we should do is to digitalize that journey. A lot of things you should allow a computer to do it. Again, it still speaks to the much data that we have about you. If you have so much data, that your loan should be approved within 5 minutes, and then you should get the money. Because at the time you need that money, you really need it not to go and marry a second wife, but to do a business that will promote the business. So long as the bank can see what you are doing. Take, for instance, somebody who runs a restaurant, and the person needs to buy more and shaki or chicken. The person needs that money now because he's at the market, and he needs to pay for some other thing. If he can buy it, then he will sell it tomorrow. It is your cash flow that shows those kind of things. So I think as financial institutions, we should start building algorithms that can help us fast track the process of granting loans to our customers. And then when our customer needs it, they should have been pre-qualified for those kind of loans so that they can pick it as at when due. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
And that will take us from visibility to bankability. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please put your hands together for him. I mean, that actually addresses so much of, I imagine, a lot of concerns some of the MSME has with regards to looking at how we're able to play with it on field and make sure that the algorithm actually benefits us. You know, because it's like we're not escaping that at all. That is a buzzword that can actually be applied within the banking ecosystem. But I want to quickly come to Ihechuku. What role can agent networks play in helping MSMEs not only access financial services, but also build digital records required to become financeable? You get my question? Okay. I'm asking what role can agent network actually play in helping MSMEs not only access financial services, but also build the digital records required to become financeable?
Thank you very much. I mean, if I throw a question here in this esteemed audience about how many people have been to the bank or to the ATM in a while to take money, especially for the MSMEs, I'm sure that a huge percentage would say no, because a lot of reverse has been done to using the agent touch points and those digital platforms that they use. So it tells you how important that they have become in our ecosystem, and specifically for the MSMEs. Now, because your businesses are scattered at areas where brick and mortar may not be available. And when I say brick and mortar, I talk bank. And every time I say brick and mortar, I always remember my former years of banking, right? These agent touch points have come closer to you. They brought the financial services closer to you, right? So essentially, the role they play is to onboard you first. First is the base level of onboarding you into the formal system. Open that base account for you. First have that base account, right? In financial inclusion and agent banking for us, collaboration is a solid currency in achieving final success. So now, while they have onboarded you, the next step, right, will be to introduce you to a wider range of products and services that you can, of course, experience. And that's also bringing you into the digital platform, whereby you can also attain a level where you can get credit. And that's speaking to also availability of those products, like Dr. has said in his last response, where you have insurance, you have pension, you have credits, you have availability of loans, a wider range of products, right? The third step will be to help you create digital footprint. It's not a one-off transaction. You have to consistently use those financial services. Those transactions have to consistently go through the system for there to be a pattern around which you can be judged, right, when those credits and loans are being considered. Essentially, using that agent platform to turn your cash into digital payments, to deposit, right, helps you to create that record. Now, once that record is created for you by the system, it forms a data that with the right permission at the time that you're applying can be used to create the responsibility matrix to decide if that credit should be availed to you or not. Now, without you having a systemic pathway through which there is a history created for your transactions through that agent platforms and touch points, that when you see them, a lot of times you see them carrying POS terminals, and in your mind they are just agents, but this is the role they play because they've been certified and they are linked to licensed deposit money banks and super agents and mobile money operators. They help you to create that transaction history, to provide the data that is required essentially for your application of those kind of credits. And that's one of the critical importance of that, right? Once that pathway has been done for you, then it essentially creates you to possibilities of access to finance. So the role really is for the agent to evolve beyond just cash in, cash out, deposit and withdrawals, to become a solid bridge through which your transaction, your financial service history and behavior can then be used with the right permission as data to make, of course, to make decisions around your request for such credits and loans. For example, and one of the things that we foresee the importance of this agent continue to expatiate is the fact that they have come, and in a lot of areas they are playing this role, and that's one of the reasons why they have continued to expand in number, right? Of course, under the guidance of the Apex body. So, for example, in Southwest, you have over 700,000 agents, but in a place like in the Northeast, you have about 120,000. So it tells you that the growth levels are different, and at the same way, that is also the same way the activity levels are. So in a nutshell, the issue is not that the MSMEs lack activity. They have huge activity. Look at the contribution to GDP. Look at the contribution to employment. But for access to finance to be sacrosanct and achievable, you need to go through a digital financial system, of course, to have your records tracked and of course, utilized as data for decision making in access to such finance. I hope that.
Thank you so very much, Chico. Please put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. You need to encourage these men. They're sharing insights that if you have to go sit for consultancy, it's going to cost something quite huge. However, what I think has been the underlining thought here amongst the panelists is the fact that digitization is the way to go. And the advantages are quite numerous, but you have to do it right. And that is part of the essence of why this panel is sitting, and part of the reason why I believe this event is being held. However, I still want to mention to Mr. Monday that we are within our 1 hour duration. However, I'm going to come to Mr. Dotu, who will basically respond to helping us build what it's sometimes working with pictures actually help. And hopefully immediately after he comments his thought, we might want to go for 1 or 2 questions if there's going to be any, and then wrap up this session within the 1 hour. Dr. Monday, very much aware that you are seated there. But then, Dotu, if you were to design the ideal digital journey for a Nigerian MSME, from accepting its first digital payment to eventually qualifying for finance, what would that journey look like? Paint us a picture, a masterpiece. You know, perhaps an OP masterpiece, who knows? But let's have that imagery out.
All right, thank you. You had said at the beginning, while we were there, that you were going to show me pepper. I can see the pepper now. All right, thank you very much. As I sat just listening to everyone, I think that there are certain things that are running through the threads of all the responses that everyone has given. For me, I was just looking at the MSMEs. What can I say that will help to move people and move businesses in the right direction? I think that's the way I interpret this question. And three things come to mind, and they follow a sequence, actually. And some of them we have heard. Number one is that from the moment you start digitizing your payments, build your transaction history. As much as possible, make sure that it is consummated or amalgamated in 1 or 2 platforms so that you are not spread too thin. So that as much as possible, the credit entity is able to access and view as much as possible the size or the volume of your business. Where it is fragmented, you are doing yourself a disservice. Build your transaction history. Number 2 is to then build your business history. There are 2 different things.
Build your business what?
Your business history. So I'm using the word history throughout. Your transaction history is ingoings and outgoings financially. Make sure it's documented, it's accessible, it's somewhere in a platform or 2, not too many. Number 2 is the business history. You know, what I said during the keynote was that we have digitized the payment, but we have not digitized the business. And you heard Ajibade responding by saying that there are 5 C's when it comes to credit. One of them is collateral. The other one is capacity, right? I can have the same transaction volumes as you, but not have the same margins. So I do 2 million naira in turnover. You also do 2 million naira in turnover. But my margin is 400K. Your margin is 120K. The transaction history does not show that. It's only your business history that shows that. So accounting, bookkeeping, all those things now become important. So the advice to MSMEs is go beyond digitizing your payments. Digitize your business. Keep records and have it. And there must be a way that that record is accessible, is viewable, is auditable, and banks and MFBs can access that data and be able to make decisions on the basis of that.
Does AI come to play a critical solution?
Absolutely. So you don't have to get very expensive solutions now. You can actually dictate your income for the day. your total sales, how much you bought it, your cost, your expenses, and just dictate it to AI, and it can just analyze for you and store somewhere. It's as simple as that. But digitize your business history. Have it available. And then get audited. Number 2. Number 3 is then to build your credit history. So transaction history, business history, and credit history. When you then begin to access loans based on the 2 that are the foundational ones, you need to make sure that your credit is kept tight. Just like Ajibade mentioned, when you go to foreign countries, you find that your record, your credit history is critical. And when we begin to have business identities, and that business identity can tie your business identity to the credit history, it becomes very, very powerful. So maybe a centralized agency needs to handle identity, another centralized agency needs to handle the credit history. Not just, today we report to the credit bureau when, from a punitive perspective, this guy or this company is owing, and he has not paid, he has defaulted, so we report. No, we should report even every loan repayment that you do. You pay as and when you report it. You pay as and when you report it. So it builds a centralized data of the profile of that business. Because remember I said that it's not about just who can pay, but who will pay. And if that is captured somewhere, then we are moving towards the direction we have to be. So I think that those 3 things are my thoughts. Transaction history, business history, and credit history. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him. Already I'm seeing some people raising up their hands. Dr. Monday has given me a cue that the time is not in our favor. So what we'll do, we'll just take maybe, Dr. Monday, how many questions can we take? All right, let's just do 2 questions. I think 2 questions will be good. But we can do more if you give us the go-ahead.
Okay, I will do a mini money more.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, the lady is standing. That's number 1. The man is standing, number 2. Number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8. 9.
All right.
Okay, now, this is how the questions will go. And I will maintain the rule. I will snatch the microphone from you if you don't follow the rule. So it's just very simple. Tell us your name. Don't thank us. Don't thank the speakers. Ask your question. Your question should not exceed 45 seconds. If it goes beyond that, I have the power to seize the microphone from you. I've told the technical guys to switch off the mic when you exceed 45 seconds. So, number 1.
The lady.
So we'll take 3 questions at once.
No. Let's take all of the questions.
Can they remember everything?
Then we'll take the notes. Let's take all of the questions because we may not have time to go back.
Okay.
If you give us a go ahead. Okay.
No, let's do it 3 at a time.
Okay, fine. It's your call. So it's interesting. Thank you.
I am Dr. Mrs. Folashade Adebayo Fari, MNI FCA. My question is directed at the MD of OPay so that Nigeria can be okay. As much as it's important for financial inclusion for MSME digitally, however, as a concerned citizen and business owner, my question is as follows.
1 question, please.
Given the rise in digital fraud, what are microfinance banks and other mobile money operators doing to assist the country in tracking and pinning down fraudsters digitally, ensure proper KYC, that customers are thoroughly verified before accounts are opened, respond to reports of fraudsters' transactions, what immediate actions or steps are taken once a fraud is reported? Is there a central bureau or database for circulation or sharing of information on known fraudsters among operators?
Thank you, ma. That is 3 questions in 1.
You know why I didn't want to...
She's MNI, so we give her that.
Now you know.
We give her that recognition.
She's MNI, so we know ourselves. So those who go to Kuru would understand what a think tank means. Number two.
Number two, the gentleman here. Please, can we have all those who have been nominated to ask questions come to the front so that it makes it easier to save time that way? According to your number. Please, your name and straight to the questions.
My name is Kende Wolabi. Two questions. One question for the organizers. We need the keynote for Mr. Dotun.
Okay, that is done. Second question.
Second question is for Mr. Dotun as well.
Okay, Dotun, you're in trouble.
We're all talking about digitizing trade. I need him to speak more about digitizing manufacturing. Like
manufacturing.
He said,
all right, thank you very much. Digitizing manufacturing. Number three question. Who is the third person?
Number three.
Okay.
Engineer Wasiu Edepo. Yes, my question has to be is to repeat. People are taking repeat loan because you spoke about costs, and somebody who wants to take loan for the first time, a KYC is performed. You want to take loan for the second time, the KYC is performed. How can we reduce this? Like he said, the time is critical for us to get that.
All right, thank you very much. Number three.
That's number three. Hold on.
Okay.
We have some questions online. So after these questions have been answered, we will read out the questions from the guys who are online. We have people who are following, about 900 of them, and we'll have questions, about 5 questions online, and we will take those questions, then we'll return to number 4, 5, 6.
Okay, should we take the questions now? Or
No. Take these
response?
questions now.
Okay, so you should respond to the questions.
After that, we'll take the online questions.
Okay, all right. Dotun, as quickly as you can, we have 3 questions from you. One on fraud, one on manufacturing, one on KYC. Over to you.
For the question on fraud, that's the answer. Do you get the answer? On the OPay platform, in order to improve security and to reduce or minimize fraud, we do a lot more to make sure that we secure the transaction. So we released 8 security features that allows that if you're trying to do transactions, if you see a transaction that is happening outside your location, for instance, OPay will block it and then ask you for extra layer of authentication, extra authorization. Open your mouth, turn your face this way, open your eye. And people have made jokes around about it. So this is very, very important. Extra security, extra layers, just to make sure that we are fine.
So what about bureau? Is there a central bureau for fraudsters or fraud being flagged?
So today, the industry, and Chairman of CB is here, FinTech NGR is here. Across the industry today, there are reports that go to both BVN watch listing through NIBS and then blacklisting through CBN. So today, once a BVN is watch listed, that person cannot access value across the whole ecosystem. So that is available today. When you report if you see something on OPay, for instance, that sometimes you try to transfer to a particular account, it can be a bank account, it can be a fintech account, and then they will tell you there on the app that this account has been reported for fraud before, and we advise you not to transfer to it. So today it's available, and all the fintechs and banks have access to watch this.
All right.
So that is central.
Digitizing manufacturing.
Digitizing manufacturing. Remember I said the second thing is around the business history, right? So across manufacturing, you need to start putting things in. When you buy your inputs, where's the data? When you manufacture, where is the output? What's the value of the output? Where are you recording that? All the processes within the manufacturing chain has to be recorded in terms of financial input and the financial outcomes. When we begin to record that and keep it somewhere, it's auditable, it's accessible, then banks begin to trust you better.
Okay, I'm going to come to Ajibade for the KYC question, where the gentleman says that I'm taking a loan, I do one KYC, then another loan, I'm taking another KYC.
I heard you.
Okay,
so again, it boils down to customer experience. You know the way we look at things, somebody will buy a car for his wife, and which is a good one. People should clap for him. But somebody will buy a car for his wife and put a special plate number. You see, both of them bought cars for their wives. One actually went one step further to put a special phone number. A special plate number. Somebody bought a Samsung for his wife. Somebody bought an iPhone 17 for his girlfriend. You see how? See that girlfriend team is winning. So that's about that. If your financial service provider, the first time you have come, they did KYC on you, they know you. Second time you want to take a loan, they are still asking you for the same thing. Either their head is not correct, or they don't care about your experience. Because some of them will use that same experience, the first one, to grant you a loan again. It's not all of them that will ask you for your mother's name or for your father's middle name every time. It's about customer experience. However, some of them are so intelligent as well that once your ID expires, they will remind you. So if you're taking a second time a loan, they say your ID has expired though. Does not mean because your international passport expired, you are now from Cameroon or from Ghana. No, you are still a Nigerian, but regulatory-wise, you have to provide one that is still valid. Yes, you were driving before, but your passport has expired. I mean, the driver's license has expired. If road safety should catch you on the road, you know that you pay fine. So the same thing bank has said, yes, I know that this is you, this is your means of ID, but it has expired, provide another one. Again, at times they may want to check whether before you used to stay at Alagbado or those areas. Now you have collected their money, you have moved to Lekki. You want to dodge them. So they're asking you, say, my sister or my brother, kindly update your record to show that if at all this money is lost, so let's know where we want to come and find you. So please, so that we don't mix those things together.
Okay. All right. Please put your hands together for them. I think that is the reason why I wanted him to respond to that. So quickly, Monday, the questions.
I guess that KYC thing is the repetitiveness of it. And Dotun has given an answer to it, that if the systems are well integrated, you do not need a repeat experience when coming for a second loan. But some institutions, maybe just to keep up the jobs of some persons who sit at a desk, they would repeat the entire process so someone can justify his salary. I think that's one of the experiences he's trying to speak about. Some institutions have not given up on that. They have half digital and half human. Every way you want it, they will always have a human to wait for you to make the job more difficult. So anyway, we've given an answer. Can you give me the online? Sir, you are not digitally enabled. You should have been here early.
Well, it's a good thing that the MC is coordinating this session. My time is still within 1 hour.
You never know. I can change my mind. This guy has started. His village people are here.
So we have how many left questions so far?
Okay, we have.
Okay.
This is from Irediru Lucia, and she's a web acquiring officer at Global Accelerex, and she wants to throw a few questions to the panelists. He said, we often talk about digitizing MSMEs through digital payments. Today, many businesses can accept payments through POS transfers and mobile banking. But if the goal is truly to digitize MSMEs and unlock non-oil revenue, shouldn't we also be thinking about how to give the typical offline business owner a digital identity to actually trade online? And then the second person says, good afternoon all, joining live from Lagos. Oga, this is your phone. Your village people are here. Come on. I can't understand this guy again. The thing is taking me back to Google.
Monday, you don't the old.
It's part of it. Growing old is a blessing.
Please put your hands together for the MC. Just let him have his glasses rewashed.
You know, I don't want to go to Steve Ipalibo-Lawson's issues. You know, but we are both fishermen. But I know that if we get on the river, somebody that the wind will likely carry is him. I'm heavily loaded. Are you set for the second question?
All right.
So let's answer the first one, digitizing traders to trade
Those
online
who are
so we
offline.
can have their business history linked with transaction and credit history.
Okay, so we will take that. I think let's go to Dr. Stanley as briefly as you can. You did, but as briefly as you can, you just want to also mention to that. And then we'll go back to the floor and then wrap up the session.
So I'll just take this from two aspects, and it speaks to the earlier question around collecting forms and not collecting forms. I think customers should also profile the financial institutions they deal with based on the kind of experience they want. Right? Because sometimes you're dealing with a financial institution that is giving you problem, then you say it's the industry. The industry suffers a lot from that. Choose, they are everything. They are almost licensed to do almost everything and mostly similar. You hear some of the things that Dr. has talked about, the liveness check. Some banks don't have it. So if you are with a bank that doesn't have it, it's not my fault. Right? So same with this issue of connecting your credit history and everything. We've talked about having that national data repository that has to be independent. You cannot benefit, you cannot position if you are not identified. So we need to identify and connect the data. We're making the journey one step after another. For individuals, we started with NIN, then NIN was not known anywhere. BVN came, BVN overpowered it. Later we said connect NIN to BVNs. Now both of them are running in hundreds of millions, right? It's a journey. We now need to take that journey for businesses, apply our learning, and it will be shorter. If we don't consolidate, data has to be housed, data has to be connected, right? And then we need to work or bring out value from the insights before these things can happen. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And I think that is excellently put.
All right, let me read this one. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Perez Oladele. I want to ask, if you are trying to digitalize MSMEs, why is it that all we're usually focused is on this fintech space? What happened to other spaces? And then another person says, what are the measures in place for bad creditors to redeem bad credits? Everyone deserves to be given a second chance. Isn't that what we say? Okay, that's maybe.
Okay, that's true. I mean, Ajibade will want to respond to that, right?
Oh, hold on, let's take the other. You join it with the other three questions.
What the question was around, why is all the things digitalization we're talking about
is from the
fintech space? I don't agree with that person. We have innovation, we have intrapreneurs, and we also have entrepreneurs. So within the banking system, traditional banking system, you will see people begin to innovate internally. And that was what gave birth to alerts. That now that MoneyPoint and OPay went to use to secure a license, that can't you see what alert has done? Yes, but that's the truth. They were able to demonstrate to the regulator that what we are trying to do is similar to what alert has done. And so the regulator said, okay, and that gave them some level of comfort. If you look at your banks, most of them or some of them have taken that step to the next level. Like I said, if you want to take a loan today, you don't even need to know alerts. Just download alerts here while you're here. 4 minutes, you get an account number, click on take a loan, you get a loan. Because it's very intelligent and it's looking at other sources of data to appraise you. Anyway, that's on that side. The other question is around
I'm sending my
bad creditors. So somebody offends the first time.
A second chance.
Yeah, thank you. You know that financial institutions.
The option is to pay. Okay, Ajibade.
When we wake up in the morning and say the Lord's Prayer, forgive us our trespasses, it's God you are talking to. It's not bank you are talking to. So now you are saying that, okay, oh, dear bank, you are now God now, forgive me my trespasses. You that you have been badly behaved, you know that it takes a while for somebody to think you have turned out of that bad behavior. So you have to start building back your credit credibility. You get the point? It's not the bank's fault that they don't trust you anymore. You know, the same thing, you have cheated on your girlfriend. And now you're saying, I've changed now. No, you have to start showing evidence, showing working. That, boy, babe, I've changed. I'm not that kind of person again. You're not hiding your phone. There's no password on your phone. You're not hiding, you're not on Snapchat. You have deleted all social media. So, those are the things that will make the person believe that, okay, this guy have truly changed. So the same thing to banking. You have to start making your transaction visible. You are saying, bank is saying money, you are returning back. They know that you are building your capacity back. It could have been something, maybe the devil that made you to behave like that the other time. And so you show them now that you are now on God's side.
All right. The devil doesn't spend money.
All right.
So we'll get back to...
Jude, please send an invoice for alert advert.
Those are the benefits, part of why they're on the panel, isn't it?
Okay, number 4. Number 4.
Please, quickly, we don't...
If the question has been asked, don't emphasize it. Just say you pass.
Mr. Lamidi Semiu, the CEO of Olarity. I just want to ask 2 questions. One.
Okay. The people here are actually Aluta, you know.
Please,
so
is there no way that we can integrate the BVN as our key identity for business? Because all the bank accounts and the businesses that we are doing are being linked to this BVN. If there is a way we can partner with the government and the private sector to make that functional, I think it will be very okay.
Great. So one
Number
question.
5.
Number 5. Quickly.
Who is number 5? Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 6. Where's number 5? Are you number 5? Okay, come forward. Sorry.
Please, Monday, can we take the other ones as it's coming? He should have been here before.
Okay.
No, so go ahead, he's here already, please, quickly.
My name is Ramon Yusuf. About the business. What, for this occasion, what SMS can, the banking sector can do between the interest rate? Because of the interest rate is killing the business, honestly speaking. Honestly speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, a popular question has been asked. I'm sure you guys agree, right? They are looking at me. Don't worry. We'll get to you. Number 6.
My name is Sheun Uzodimma, and I have 2 questions. The bulk of it will be directed. And I have also one from the organizer, but Mr. Dotto will take some of my questions, please. Why don't we have a digital collateral system?
Digital what?
Collateral platform where we can access. We're talking about digitalization. Why don't we have a digital collateral system where MSMEs can benefit?
All right. Second question, please.
The second one is, I don't think we need, I'm responding to you now, I don't think we need a unique identity because we already have the CAC and TIN. I don't like it when you push things back to us because MSMEs have suffered enough in this country. I think you should build on what is already available. With that, and like my friend here said, with BVN, we are fine. So, and then
okay, that'll be enough.
No, to the organizers, please. The organizers, this is very crucial, sir. Why do we have these summits like this without bringing people from power holding here?
All right.
And the dispatch people, the transport system. I mean, they should also be digitalized. We need to carry them along because they are part of our problem. I think for further summits of this nature, we should have this category of people here.
Yeah. All right, please, let's go to the next question here.
Number 7.
Quickly.
Number 7. You are number 7.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you number 7? Where's your identity, please?
Okay, my name is Bello Kamaldin, MDC of Bekali Concern Nigeria Limited. My question is about making a call of transaction, finding it difficult. You make from a company account, you transfer accidentally to maybe one of these things. Then you then go back to the bank. Okay, I made a mistake, and you're telling to go and bring court affidavit, or court something. Court order, something like that. And even the cost of court order itself is even way more than the transaction
so
itself.
That's the recall.
Number 8.
Number 8. Adiba, yes, that's the recall. You and OP. All right.
My name is Benjamin Aduli. My question is to the OP man. The issue of a national digital business identity is a national issue. Unless we don't know the implication of it, it's a national issue. It's a national emergency. So my question to the panel is, who in your view is most responsible to take up the challenge of building one?
All right.
Because it's very,
very important. Thank you. All right.
Number 9 and the last but not least.
She's here. She's here.
She's here.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth. I'm a polyglot. And I major in languages. We women you have pushed us aside. Look at the place.
No,
the
there's somebody representing
there.
woman here.
No,
He's
woman.
representing a woman.
And we're the one taking responsibilities. We take responsibility in the home. We take in our business. Character is very important. We build up children. You are sliding us. Please give us power. We want to do our business. Please.
Thank
we
you,
want
ma'am.
to do our business. Give us character identification. Thank you.
Okay. Jude.
Power to the women.
Yeah. Jude. What you have done, you'll be dealt with. I don't understand. No, seriously. On a lighter side to a serious side, our apologies that the lady who is supposed to be on the panel sent a man to represent her. It is not our making. So I apologize.
Hold on. Monday, please, you're eating to my time.
No,
I have
already clarified
you're eating
that.
to my time.
So let the panelists.
So thank you very much, Miss. Please put your hands together for the MC. It's done excellently. Okay. Madam, please don't go, ma. Don't go, ma. Take your seat in the front here. It's important because it was in the front you took up that. So I'm going to come to. So my panelists, we're going to use this to wrap up this session. And in your responses, I'm going to let you guys know. So BVN, identity, interest rate, Ajibade, digital collateral, and identity as well. I'll go to Stanley, and the mention this young man spoke about, even with recall of transaction, Ajibade, national digital payment identity, I'll need you to respond to that, and of course, put some thought on recall. Why Ieshiku, I'll start with you. Are you a man or a woman seated here?
We speak very passionately for the women. We do. And that is one of the reasons why there are targets, there are milestones, there are activities that center on what we do when it comes to women being brought strategically into agent banking platform. Don't forget that when we talk about agents, when we talk about agents, people say, oh, the people with POS. Look, the truth of the case is that those people with POS, they're also MSMEs. A lot of them are registered at businesses. 2 or 3 years ago, the CAC, 2 years ago, the CAC had come out to say strategically that the agents must be registered, must have CAC documentation. And one of the first things that was done as a collaboration between SANEF and a Lagos Business School was specifically for women between the ages of 18 and 35 who met a certain criteria to be registered free of charge FOC under CAC. And that speaks to women. Yes, that deserves a round of applause because the Lagos Business School were very intentional and SANEF were upfront and straight with it by extrapolating across all the regions, the various women percentages across the 6 geopolitical regions, providing that information to the Lagos Business School and working with them to, of course, try to, as much as possible, register women under that CAC registration. Last year, on 3 different collaborations, one with Women World Banking, the other one with the Enterprise Development Center and the MasterCard Foundation, right? SANEF Limited trained for the Women World Banking. They trained and onboarded in the first tranche as a kickoff over 250 women as agents. What that means for the women as a startup, don't forget that that project is going to run across the 19 states of the North, right? What that means is that you have more women who are agents, more women who are creating income, more women who are driving the process so other women come into the ecosystem. At the EDC collaboration level, across the entire nation, and a lot of us went for that particular project. I'm sure you're totally aware of that. We had trained over 1,600 women. And each time you train, you strategically onboard. So what you're doing is you are making them self-employed. You're making them MSMEs. So what I mean to say by that is that women are at the heart of everything we do as MSME. So when you speak about whether I'm a man or a woman, at this point on this stage, I'm wearing the heart of a woman. Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Even though we didn't see a hat, but of course it's representing the MDCO
representing the MDCO
of SANEF,
She
who
was
happens to be a woman.
Unfortunately absent today because, of course, she was also
She's an event in
yes,
Abuja
in
that is
Abuja.
focused on women.
Women, yes.
So, all right. So I'll go to Dr. Stanley before I get to Ajibade. With regards to Monday, I'm within my 1 hour time. All right. So I would like you to respond, especially to the issue of digital collateral and the identity questions that were asked. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
2 minutes,
much.
please.
3 men, 4 men, and 1 woman. Okay. So, thank you very much. I think I'll just take all the identity questions as one. There are like 3 or 4, and interconnected. Sorry. And I will add what Mr. Benjamin asked on the national payment. They are all identity related. One of the places where we make mistakes, hopefully when I do that, I'll hand over to Jibade to tell you why loan is cost and why you can't get your money back from the bank. But we must carefully, either as an MSME business owner, separate ourselves from our business. Because I've heard people say, I have a BVN, why are you not linking it? You are not your business. So except you are a business name or so where there are some legal direct connection, your company has a life of its own. So we cannot carry your BVN. We're in a company where maybe there are 3, 4, 5 directors and begin to use that as a unique identity. And Oga said that I pushed it back. I didn't push it back. We must remember that NIN was existent before BVN. Most people don't know. And NIN was driven by government. But BVN was driven by the private sector with the support of the regulator. It is the traction that BVN made that brought NIN to whatever it is today. I don't care whatever anybody in government says.
That's true.
Right? So people must take responsibility. If you say I pushed it back to you, fine, we are supposed to do it together. Bottom line today is that businesses don't have an identity. And your BVN cannot suffice for it.
True.
We have to admit that. Mr. Benjamin mentioned that the national payment identity is a national problem. But who is the nation? It is all of us here. And if you use the BVN example, you will see that private sector-led drives it. We already have BVN, as you mentioned. We have NIN. We have CAC, company registration number. We have tax ID. Whenever we talk about unique identifier or unified identifier, there must be an outcome. It means that either a new identifier emerges or one will swallow the other.
So who should drive this? Was one of his questions.
So very good. If government is driving this, we should see that come from a CAC perspective. But I cannot vow for the kind of traction we will see. We have seen, and history has proven, that initiatives that are driven from the financial sector get more traction. If you want to get a Nigerian, touch their money. That was why BVN made progress. If they didn't tell you that your account won't work without BVN, you would not have had it. And now we are trying to. So we think that we should give business identity. And one more thing we forget before I wrap up is that whenever we keep talking about business, there is CAC, there is tax, we forget that most of the MSMEs are not registered. There are a lot of businesses, millions of the businesses that are outside CAC are more than the ones that are inside CAC. So how are you going to give them identity if we start saying that use the one we have with CAC, use the one we have with tax? How many MSMEs have TIN? Is it not when you are paying tax or you are in that bucket that you emerge? We need to look at this from a clinical perspective, and we have to do it together. I don't know who government is. We are the government.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. I'll go to Ajibade to, of course, flip off from that part and respond also to the question of collateral. I would like you to touch on that.
Interest rates.
An interest rate. Over to you.
Okay. The president of FinTech Nigeria has spoken. By the way, He was the 6th chair at CB, and I'm the 9th. So he's one of my predecessors and advisor up to now. And I cannot truly disagree with what he has said because we built this together. But truth about it is that the federal government is clear. The national identification number, which is the name, is the primary ID for Nigerians. And several other identification will be layered on it, including your BVN, your HMO, your pension, every other numbers that can exist. You know that more than any other previous government, this particular government is interested in taxing you. So that number they will give to you. But like you said, there are several numbers, there are several MSMEs outside the dragnet than the ones there. It's a problem, we'll keep solving it together. The gentleman who wanted a BVN is a national critical asset. You can't have access to it except you are licensed to. So if you still insist that you want to have access to the BVN, please apply for a banking license. Even the fintechs don't have access to the full stack of the BVN. It's only a deposit money bank that can have access to it. It's like saying that since they kidnap some people in Oyo, now why don't you allow us to carry gun, to start carrying gun? You can't have access to gun. It's a national critical asset. And that's, I think,
interest rate.
Interest rate. Good. You are evil. You are evil. Wait first. I will explain. You have small 1 million naira in the bank. Bank has told you that your rate is 12%. You say, 12%. Okay. I beg. You have moved to the next bank. I beg. This is my 1 million naira. When will it become another 1 million to make it 2 million? What is your interest rate? That one say 13%. Say, no. Until you get to the one that will promise you 25%. Now, bank will then factor in the cost of people wearing fine suits like this. The AC you collect in your body when you come to the banking hall. The motor they've come to use and the petroleum they have bought inside the motor to come and use to market you. All those costs together, plus the 25% that you have collected, that's what pushes it to 36%, 32%. Yes, you are the problem. You are the problem that we are having. Because more money you have, why are you not coming to the bank and say, this is my 1 million, I beg, I want to give it to the bank at 5%, so that the bank can lend it to people at 7%. But you come, you request for big or higher interest rates. The bank is in the, I told you at the beginning, no charity. The bank is in the business of making money for its shareholders or creating wealth for its shareholders. So whatever you give to the bank says, okay, let me place some margin on it to give it to people who will work with it. You get the point? Now, having said that, some of the things I think government have done is to create some development infrastructural banks that are supporting in this. I mentioned the case of the credit card the other time. Member Bank and Credit Card partner together to give young entrepreneurs a single-digit loan. The truth is that it's not our money. Let me not lie. It's Credit Card's money. But what we have deployed is, if you go on alert and say, I am a young entrepreneur, I sell wig or whatever I'm doing, click on it, I want a loan. It appraises you and gives you the loan at 9%. Now, in reality, a bank won't be able to do that except there is an intervention. That's the story. The same thing for the large and emerging corporates around Bank of Industry. They will give you rates lower than banks' rates, but you cannot approach them. You have to approach them through your banks. Like I said, the problem is our problem. When we have small money, you take it to the bank, you request for big interest rates. The bank will put margin on it, and somebody else will come to public and say, the bank wants to kill me. It's not the bank that wants to kill you. It's your neighbor that wants to kill you. And I think the last question for me is, somebody said, by mistake, I sent urgent 2K to one girl to come, but she didn't come. Bank, let me collect my money back. Hello.
Yes,
hello,
that's real life situation.
Hello. This is not to say that, because it's business gone bad. It's a private relationship between both of you. Oh yeah, collect this 2K first to take Okada to this place. But somebody now told you that it's raining in my area. I wonder, it's not raining here now, but in my own area it's raining, so I cannot come. You say bank should help you retrieve your money. Bank say, okay, no problem. Before it becomes an issue, because if I have to go and debit that account, that person will bring up litigation against the bank. Bank say, go and collect court injunction first. Lawyer say, I will work and charge you separately, different from bank. So all these things have, I mean, those are the issues. But this is not to say that there are no times that there are genuine fraudulent transactions that are not business gone bad. We have tabled this to the National Institute of Judiciary, and they are looking at it. In fact, there was a particular judge who spoke at that event and said she was defrauded, and when she was asked to get a court injunction, our lawyer charged that much. Because it was big money, it was commensurate. How about when it's small money? Because I'm not a lawyer. Bankers are not lawyers. You people, lawyers are among the people that are here. You are the one charging, but you will not talk to your neighbor and say, now we they cause this problem. But now this guy, the answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ajibade. Please put your hands together for him. Finally, to wrap up this panel, because time is fast spent, you can see Dr. Monday coming to look at me. Yes. Okay, Madam Ajibade.
Don't worry, I will call her to join
you will coordinate that. Yeah. Okay, it's important.
All right.
Please, let's just quickly wrap up the session. Now, just as you've heard, all of my panelists have done justice to the questions and, of course, the topic of why we were seated here. But I would like to hear from, we would like to hear from OPE. Dotun, one question we would like you to respond to is the recall of transaction. Why does it take so much time? I don't know whether you want to speak on behalf of OPE or an industry-wide response. You also want to touch 1 or 2 seconds on some of those questions. But another question that I will have for you is with regards to identity and fraud. I'm facing a present situation where I used my face, left, right, to do the identification. And the platform did not recognize it was my face. Some people say I've lost weight, some people say I've added weight. Does all of that influence in the technology being able to grab that image before it's being flagged as fraud? For the next 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think that to all of the panelists, everyone has done a great job. I think there are things that we take away from this summit today. I think the area of business identity comes at the top. We need to work at that, and it's the job of the entire industry. It's not just the job of government. It's all of us putting pressure together to establish a national business identity for Nigeria. And I think it will be a foundation for a better future. In the area of recall of funds, it's still an area that is begging for a standardized procedure to make it much more effective. While you heard some of the panelists mention that when the financial services industry across Nigeria basically is very advanced, but what we don't have is other sectors of the economy following that level of advancement. One area that is lacking behind is the judicial system, for instance. And unfortunately, you cannot solve this problem of erroneous transfer without the judicial system being cooperative. But I know that there have been committees set up by the central bank to bring other agencies and organs of government together to see how judges are being trained now in terms of all these kind of scenarios, so that we can have an effective system.
And police.
And police as well. And have an effective system for addressing this concern. So it's a big problem, but there are steps being taken right now to solve that problem.
Continue, Dr. please.
All right. I cannot say how long, but I think that, just like we've mentioned, that the more pressure that we apply, the more that we escalate this on social media, the more the government and the private sector will work together to see that these things become a reality. So that's typically.
Thank you so very much. I want to say a big thank you to my panelists, Mr. Ajibade Laolu Adewale, President, Chairman of CB, as well as Dr. Stanley Jacob, who is the President of FinTech NGR. Of course, Mr. Dotun, who is the CTO as well as the CEO of OPE. Mr. Iechuku Ibeji, I call him Global, the CMC and Product Innovation Officer at SANEF. My name is Stephen Ipalobo Lawson. It's been a great, wonderful experience with these family members. And above all, we give God the glory. And thank you, you guys, you've done it well. Put your hands together for yourselves.
All right, thank you very much.
Over to Monday.
Okay, please, while you are panelists, we'll have a group photograph. I have the privilege of inviting the two women who asked questions to join them. Ma'am, please join us in this group photograph. Jude, the convener of the program, please join us. Madam from the Lagos State Ministry of Wealth, Creation and Employment should also join us. Teslim Shitabe, join us. We should have more female representation. I can see you hiding over there. Join us.
And we thank the commissioner for sending a woman representative, not a man representative.
Okay, where's my MNI? She stepped out. Oh dear. All right, so. Okay, hold it, hold it. That photograph will not be complete without me.
Where is the mama that started this Beijing conference affair? Please come on, ma. Please, can you put your hands together for the men for women? This is he. Mr. Jibade said we should bring her up, and that's to tell you that we recognize the importance of women. No, come this way. Come and stand beside Mr. Jibade. The president of FinTech Nigeria, come and stand. Monday, you sit in the picture so that we know that the female is balanced. Over to you. Okay, the people that ask questions, please could you excuse us? So, Mama, thank you very much. Please put your hands. What's the name, ma'am?
I'm a polyglot representing Lies Enterprises Limited. I have been registered since 1990, and I'm a member of the chamber since 1994.
Put your hands together for her. Please, can you take your seat, ma'am? God bless you. Don't go up the stage. Oh. All right. So.
Let's do this.
Dr. Stanley said you don't do. Okay, over to you Monday. Thank you so very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an important part of the program, which is called a tea break. Eat what you know. Don't go mixing kuli kuli with bread. Okay, our high table members, you remain seated. The ushers will give directions to how the tea break. So follow the instruction from the ushers. But we also encourage you, because we have this tea break is for 30 minutes, you please visit our exhibition stands from Asion, Baobab, Crimson Oak, Mary Stream, Profivisor, you have Software Business Solutions. Downstairs, you have other exhibition spots there. I think OP has a very beautiful stand there as well. So within these 30 minutes of the tea break, the ushers will direct you. Please follow the instructions of the ushers. They are wearing a blue top. They will give the directions. You follow them, you'll be served. And then take the time to visit the exhibition stand. And we'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome from our tea break. We'll continue with the other parts of the program. Okay, we will want to also acknowledge and apologize to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. They've been here all through in the morning, and we didn't know that I was not duly informed. They came in as early as 8:30 a.m., and we skipped them in the program. So our sincere apologies, and we will take their presentation. The CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mrs. Noye Ayeni, is ably represented by the regional head in Lagos here. He's going to come up in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes to speak to us from the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Sir.
Established Nigeria's standing in international international commodity markets. The oil boom did not extinguish that capacity. It crowded out the policy attention. It crowded out the infrastructure spend, and most consequently, the financing of non-oil exports required. Successful reforms restored the institutions and incentives of diversification, and we now stand at what I could describe as the modern reset, in which non-oil exports are central to national growth, foreign exchange stability, and competitiveness. I make this point deliberately because diversification is too often discussed as though it was a novel and speculative undertaking. It is not. It is restoration of a productive strength this country already possessed and rebuilt this time on strong institutions, digital systems, and bankable value chains. That distinction matters for how we finance it. Of these 40 million Nigerian enterprises into first-time exporters, a conversion that is, above all, a question of digital capability, governance, provenance, and that will now unlock strategic finance. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 frictions that constrain MSME participation. The constraints on our exporters are well documented and fall into 5 categories. 1 is production, where farmers and small SMEs remain in a fragmented market. 2 is quality. Quality is uneven and value addition and provenance is low. Provenance speaks to traceability. Market access, where buyer linkages, branding, and market intelligence are weak. Compliance, which covers certification, packaging, and sanitary and phytosanitary requirements. And then ultimately finance, which is characterized by short tenors, collateral constraints, and limited risk instruments. The value chain opportunity is specific and available. These frictions are an inventory of opportunities in reality. They are opportunities of a scale that MSMEs can and must enter as a national economic security and sustainability imperative. It should not be the exclusive reserve of industrial concerns, industrialist concerns. Cocoa processing offers 2 to 3x the margin of raw beans. For minerals and precious stones, that can go up to 20x, where we do the cotton polishing and jewelry making locally. These are sectors that are accessible to SMEs and are in need of strategic, nuanced finance.
Digital capability is no longer supplementary to export operations. It is now a condition of entry for 3 demonstrable reasons. As alluded to from other speakers, discovery, trade intelligence platforms established in advance of expenditure, which markets require given products, and at what specification. Marketplace listings present that product to buyers, and those who would not be reached physically can be reached through digital platforms. Number 2 is settlement. Digital payments and settlement infrastructure enables a first-time buyer to transact with confidence and the exporter to receive and repatriate proceeds without the delay and counterparty exposure of legacy channels. Number 3, compliance requirements for provenance. The European Union, which has been our largest market, has a new regulation and deforestation-free products condition for market access for agricultural products, specifically cocoa, coffee, oil palm, rubber, soy, and some categories of wood products. And this requires a documented sequence of data, including farm origin, geolocation, chain of custody, and necessary sustainability due diligence in order to acquire final buyer acceptance. This is almost none has a matching finance product. 3 consequences follow, and I ask this room to weigh them carefully. Several concession facilities disburse against a verifiable export order and incorporation and NEP certification, which is as a sequence of semi-scale. Global trade is being rewired, and the exporters who succeed in the coming decade will be digital, traceable, compliant, and finance ready. 5 shifts define the terrain. Artificial intelligence and data are reshaping trade intelligence, demand forecasting, credit scoring, and single window custom processing. Traceability, origin data, farm mapping, and chain of custody provenance is moving from good practice to a legal requirement. These are going to be the building blocks of unlocking sustainable growth in the non-oil export sector for MSME businesses in Nigeria. In closing, the Council is also digitizing on 3 or more different fronts. Our export registration and certification, formerly paper-based and requiring several weeks with repeated physical attendance, now operates through the NEPC registration platform, shortening the interval to roughly 24 hours. We are also building the capacity of our workforce in digital marketing, e-commerce, AI, workflow automation in order to extend the orchestration of these emerging technologies to our MSME, teaming MSME exporters in order to strengthen their productivity and efficiency for global market competitiveness. NEPC remains committed to expanding trade intelligence across trade intelligence access for MSMEs nationwide, to strengthening regional digital readiness and traceability, prioritizing communities facing imminent compliance deadlines, and working with AFCTA implementation structures so that Nigerian MSMEs compete on equal digital terms with their regional counterparts. In closing, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is ready to provide the needed leadership for the new MSME non-oil export finance paradigm of the future. We thank the African Global Economic Forum, the conveners, and all partners for this platform, and we wish the 6th annual MSME and Startup Economic Summit productive deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the representative of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. To continue the event, I will invite my next speaker. He would be speaking on investment, capital, and enterprise growth perspective. The person of Mr. Emmanuel W. Longza, Deputy Director and Head Investment Promotion Department, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I can't feel the energy in the house. Good afternoon. You've just had lunch. Oh, is it breakfast, really? Okay. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. We've looked forward to this, and thank God we're here. I'd like my slide to come on, and then the presentation will start. Is it there? Okay, good. So, I will be making a present. By the way, my name is Emmanuel Longza. I think I've been introduced. I'm a Deputy Director with NIPC. And so, we start with the project outline. Okay, so, good. I don't think I'll have to bore you with Nigeria at a glance, because I was thinking we probably will have foreign investors here, then we tell them where the location of Nigeria is, and if they want to invest, they can invest in Nigeria. I've had an opportunity to make a presentation in Brussels, and somebody was asking, where is Africa in Nigeria? That shows how big we are. So we normally just show the map so that they would now properly situate where Nigeria is. I have just 15 to 20 minutes. So I will go straight to the big question. And so what is the big question for us, which will be relevant for this presentation? Okay. Where is the computer so I can point it to? Is it there or yeah? Okay, good. So, but in case we have any of them here, let me make an investment case, because that's what I do in the office. Why would you even want to invest in Nigeria to start with? We've got a large market. We have a growing economy. We are, of course, a strategic gateway, which will give you access to West Africa, and it will equally give you access to the African Continental Free Trade area. By giving you access to African Continental Free Trade area, we have a market of about 1.2 billion people, with a combined GDP of almost about 3.4 trillion. So nobody can beat that. And of course, we have strong reforms that are going on at the moment. But let's go to the content of today's presentation, which is this. Okay, so my presentation will be anchored on the central message. Nigeria does not simply need more money for MSMEs. I'm sure you ask me why. We need the right capital deployed to the right enterprises at the right stage and to achieve the right growth. So if you can follow me, then we'll be able to answer the whole of this with you. The big question, however, is from financing businesses to financing business growth. Nigeria does not lack entrepreneurial energy. Here in Nigeria, people are coming up with ideas every day, right? The challenge is, how do we transform MSMEs to productive, scalable, and investment-ready enterprise? One of our presenters just left, and he said something very important. He said, if we are not careful, we'll be trapped. Talking about MSMEs, we'll be trapped in the business of only getting products in China, selling them, going back, getting them, selling them. Now, when you do that, you know what will happen? You will not be able to go into productive and, of course, scalable business. So, my presentation is going to capture how do we now go to a point where we can scale up and become more productive. Having said that, okay, let me go to the next slide if it's coming up. Now, so the problem that we have can be framed in 3 stages of capital. The first is survival capital, and I'll define what that is. Second is growth capital, and the third is investment capital. To be able to put this in context, if you have an entrepreneur, a small business food processor who needs 2 million to be able to buy raw materials, pay workers, rent, maintain inventory, and of course, make customer orders. Guess what? The trader may only need working capital. Do we agree? Now, if that person needs just working capital, there's a tendency for the person to get that money, put it into business, go back, and you remain in that survival mode. But the danger is, from our own experience, that within the first 5 years, businesses that stay within that survival mode tend to fizzle out within the first 2 or 3 years. Do we agree? So if that is the situation, how do we scale up to a point where you'll be more resilient as a business person? Now, so if you only borrow, buy stock, sell and repay, then borrow again and sell, then you remain small. And so survival capital keep your investments alive. It does not necessarily scale your business. But then what about growth capital? Now, growth capital is when you now need to expand your capacity, make the business bigger and more productive. At that point, the entrepreneur needs money for something more fundamental. And therefore, the question will be, how do I keep my business running? Remember, the first one is, how do I make my business survive? The second is, how do I keep my business running? And how do I expand into a productive capacity? And so to answer the question that the man asks, where you have to stay in that region, that person can now begin to think of, how do I access about 30 million to be able to purchase more processing equipments, increase production capacity, employ additional workers, obtain certification, and develop digital platforms. Where you get to that point, then you're looking for what we call the growth capital. Are we together? Yes. Now, so here, this is the fundamental difference between the two. While over there you're looking for money to survive, here you're looking for money to increase your production. But that's not where we want you to stay. We want you to get to a point where you will now what? Look for investment capital, where of course you'll have equity, where you look for strategic investors, private capital, and others. So MSMEs at different stages require different forms of capital. And let's take you there quickly. Now, you cannot solve a structural problem by working or using working loans. So it's a case of you have a problem, you get money, you throw on it. Guess what? It will not solve the problem. What you need to do is first identify where you are, whether you are at the survival stage, one, or you are indeed at the growth stage, or you are investment ready. Now, but there are limiting factors, and I'm sure we can all identify with this. Informality and weak corporate structures, poor financial records, limited operating governance, lack of clear business and growth strategy. We can go on and on. The list is long. The point is, how do we move out from this? So being a good business is not automatically the same as being an investable business. My mission here is quite simple. If you have made it this far, we want to take you to a point where your investment will be investment ready, and NIPC will assist you to get to that point. So let's look at the investment readiness gap. Capital cannot transform an enterprise that is not ready to absorb it. Just like I said earlier, if you just throw the money on the problem, it will not get solved. Guess what you need to do? You need to ask the questions investors who are looking for you will be asking. The first is the what question. What problem are you trying to solve? I'm sure by now you would know that as MSME owners, you're looking to solve a problem, isn't it? Now that's what the investor is looking for. What problem are you trying to solve? Then you ask the who. Who is your market? Look for the how. How do you make the money? Third, why capital? Why do you need the money in the first place? What will additional capital achieve? And then what return? If they give you that money, what is the return? So the investment ready enterprise should be able to, one, have it in a formal format. Two, make it bankable. Three, have a governance structure in place. Third, make it viable. Fourth, make it scalable. And therefore, at that point, you can now begin to attract the market that will look at your business. But we need to have a checklist. How do I get to that point where my business will be investment ready? Let me make it a point here that it's not always true that you need funds to scale up. And I'm going to prove that to you shortly. Because the problem we hear quite often is, I've not moved because I'm looking for funding, right? Now, some of the investment readiness checklists, which you must take note. One, for business, you need a clear business model. Second, you need a competitive advantage. You need to have a scalable product. So what am I selling? Can it be scaled up? If I'm selling a product where having made maybe 100 products, that is it. The market is saturated, then it's not scalable. What about the financials? Do I have proper accounting system? What about the cash flow projections? And then the unit economy. Then, of course, you look at the governance structure. What do you need to have in place? Proper ownership structure is key. And then down the line, to ensure that that system that you have can have regulatory compliance. Then the market, because that's the first thing you should do. Do a market survey and see whether you have the market for the product to start with. So that you'll have to do. What is the demand? right? And then the capital. So you can see here, capital is even the last thing where you need to now begin to look at the funding requirement for your business. And then the appropriate financing instruments that you need. Now, when I said financing instruments, I'm not talking about money alone. Because you can, of course, get equipment instead of money. So, moving beyond bank loans, so we can step aside and see, if I don't need money, what else and how do I get them? So sorry for those who are over there, but can you see the screen? Okay. I wish there was one there, but let's see if we can manage this. So the business stages that we have, one, if it's an idea that you have, or just a startup, don't start looking for bank loans yet, because the banks will not believe you. You have an idea, so at that point, you should be looking at how I can use my money. Or, of course, look for grants, angel investors, and angel investors are those who believe in your idea. Sometimes family money, funds to start with. Now, if you go to early growth, what are you looking for? Angel investors can come in as well. Then venture capital. And then if you're looking to expand your business, then that's where private equity, commercial debts, and equipment finance come in. Now, if you're trying to scale up, then where institutional investors come in, strategic investors, and private equity. Now, if you want to export, because by the time you get to this point and you've scaled up, the next thing is you have more than enough products in this country, and then you would like to export. Thank God we have the Export Promotion Council with us. So you will, of course, begin to think, what do I need to do to export that product? Now, the early graduation pathway. So we've mentioned different stages. How do you start and get there? This is very important. So we talked about the survival stage, right? Yes, we did. And that's the informal or micro business focus on daily income. Whatever I get that day is mine. And then I try to survive. Second is formalization, where you have to get the business registered, tax compliance, accounting systems, banking relationship. Then you go to the third, growth. What does growth involve? It involves you investing in machineries, technology, people, and distribution. Then you go to sales. In sales, then you're looking at national expansion. So maybe you started here. As in scaling, not sales, sorry. Maybe you started here in Abuja or Lagos. Then you start thinking, can I open more offices in Abuja, in Kaduna? Then you're scaling up. Last one is investment. That's where enterprise becomes capable of attracting equity investors, institutional capital. And that's where we come in. How can we support your business to get to a point where it's investment ready? And lastly, once you get to that point, then you now start thinking export. Our objective should not simply be to create more MSMEs. No. But to create MSMEs that can graduate into productive, scalable, and investment-ready enterprises. So it's good to start small, but when you start small, you should be able to scale up to a point where you're graduating. Now, so let's look at turning enterprise growth into economic diversification. What are some of the opportunities? Because we have the opportunities in the non-oil sectors. Starting with agri and agroeconomy, agro-processing. Most cases, you start by obtaining the raw materials, right? From there, you move to processing. From processing, you move to branding and then eventually export. But what we're trying to discourage here is for you to now just take the raw materials and begin to think about export. Why? Because the value addition is actually in what? Trying to process and getting value from it. And you will discover in monetary terms, you make more profit when you now process. Manufacturing. When you manufacture, you look for local suppliers. Then, of course, you go into production. Make your product competitive to a point where you now start thinking of import substitution. Those things we now have to import, you can produce them here, and then you substitute what we're importing to a point where we can start exporting. Then digital economy, where you have solar mini grids. I thought this is not going to be possible, but guess what? Even on a personal level, 3 months ago, I got frustrated because at some point in Abuja, the light was not concerned at all. And then I did something funny. I just caught the main line coming from, what is it they call it? Because what comes to mind is NEPA. Because they are always taking light. Now, so what did I do in that instant? I cut it off, went for solar, and guess what? For 2 months, I was able to have 24/7 light, and with what investment? So little investment. Though initially it could be substantial, but eventually it's quite economical, right? Good, so let's move on. Now, so here, it means that there's a market for it. So in digital economy, you can go into solar, get mini grids. You can actually get off-grid. That's what I mean. Then creative. We're just talking with one of the participants, and she said she's into education, or of course, if you have a talent that you can export, and we have a lot of that in Nigeria, right? Now, so that your talent, you can put it in an enterprising format so that you can either export regionally or internationally. Now, I think we need to get to what is our role in all this. Because what I hear quite often is Nigeria investment promotion is more concerned about bringing big investments. And what is their role in helping MSMEs to scale up? Now, so first, our role as an investment promotion agency is to connect capital, to create opportunities, and of course come out with enterprises. Now, so the first one is investment intelligence. Try to identify credible businesses or projects that we can promote. Number two, investors facilitation. Once we identify such investment, then we should hold them by the hand and then show them, give them the support that they need to expand. Then enterprise investors linkages. How do we now connect such a viable business with strategic investors? Did we get that? Yes. How do we connect that with investors? And so the value chain development, investment retention, all that you see there are part of our job function. So our role is not to directly fund businesses because we're not a bank. But our role is to be able to now create an investment ecosystem that you can strive. Now, so some of the incentives, some are both fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. Fiscal incentives are the support that you get so that you'll be profitable. Non-fiscal are things that we have in place to make the ease of doing business a lot easier for people who would like to go into business. So I've listed some here. We have corporate income tax relief, which we call tax holidays, that is given to you when you start. We have the import duties exemptions on machineries. So if you're setting up an industry, you can, of course, access some of this equipment as a zero duty. Then tax relief, what we call the investment tax credit. It used to be called pioneer status, but right now we call it EDTI, which is Economic Development Tax Incentive. And then sector specific and OSIC is already in place. Now, let me pick one of the functions and break it down and see how you can take advantage of it. Since I have just 20 or so minutes, if I have to now look at all our functions, the question will, which one can we be part of it? So let me look at this enterprise investor linkages. This is where NIPC, in collaboration with UNIDO and European Union, have created a platform in which you can fill a form as an MSME project owner, and then we profile your investment to a point where we can upload them in what we call the ACP portal. ACP is African Caribbean Specific Portal. And that portal has 79 different countries in it. Do we get? So you can imagine if you have a small business and you want to scale up, if we're able to now profile your business and put that in that platform, it means that 79 investors all over the country, or 79 countries with different investors will be ready to look at your project. Now, so how do we do this? Let's move on. And I would like you to check and see if some of these products are things that you are doing currently. Can we see? Here we have cosmetics, we have handmade industries, we have even manufacturing, sugar. Now, look at these products. I'm sure some of you are into this, right? Can I have a hand and know those who are into cosmetics? Great. Now, look at what they did. They now decided to pick the form, and I'll show you where you can get the form. Fill in the form, put the necessary information. We now profile the business and put them on this portal. You can snap this page because that is where you will get the projects. And currently we have 40 projects in different sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, and we can put them there. Once any investor is interested in your own project, it will send us an email and you will get an email as well. Then we create the platform for you to sit down and discuss. And guess what? The discussion here is not, it may not be about just money. If you check here, somebody is saying expansion. Okay, I'm taking it to another line, but let me take it back. Somebody is saying, all I need is for you to expand. And in expanding, I don't need money. I need you to bring equipments. The foreign investor may be interested in bringing those equipment to expand your business. And that's what we call scalability. Can you see this? This is somebody's project on that same platform. This sets of group of women have a problem with trying to dry up their own tomatoes and put them in a form that they can sell off and maybe export. So what are they asking for? I need you to look at this. Establishing solar drying system. And once this is uploaded there, somebody will look at it and of course begin to think about how to provide those. So you sit down and look at the equity of that investment. All right? Okay. So let me go back a little and see. Now, so this is the same. Enterprise investor linkages. So if you check here, I need you to look at, can you see total investment and the investment gap? What is the person saying? The person is saying the total investment is just as small as 392 euros, 1,000 euros. Out of that, guess what? I need you to just give me 269,000 euros. So here we'll show clearly what you have in terms of the funds that you have, and then what you need the investors to work with. Okay. Now, having seen that, once you go to our website, and I would give you the website, if you can write www.nipc.gov.ng. If I'm too fast, I could repeat that, www.nipc.gov.ng. I need you to go to where you would see investment opportunity profiling. Once you go there, you'll see the form. Okay, somebody is asking me to repeat www.nipc.gov. Gov is G-O-V, right? .ng. Now, once you're there, you would see the form that you can download. And once we receive that, we can profile your business, put it in a form that we can upload to those 79 countries within the ACP platform. Now, the slide is moving on its own without touching it. So I think there's some magic going on here. Before I conclude, I would like us to go through what we call the 6. Okay, good. The 6th shift. What must we do differently? And then I can conclude. I probably must be touching the wrong buttons. Okay, so we're going back. Aha. So let's start from here. So if you're surviving in business, it means that you are at the level of what? Informality. You've not been able to take the business to a point where you formalize it and probably register it with CAC, right? And we're saying from that informality, you need to get it to investment readiness. And so here, the issue is to help MSMEs formalize and create structure and become more investable. Now, formalization is not merely about registration. There are other processes that are involved. I hope you know. You need to put your accounting system in order. You need to have a structure in place. Then you move to isolated MSMEs to value chain. Good. Then domestic market to export. You now begin to design your enterprises so it can compute. And it means you will have a made in Nigeria, sold in Nigeria, sold in Africa. You are now beginning to expand and then sold to the world. Then survival to scale, right? The ultimate objective here is not to keep your business alive, but to scale it up to a point where you can begin to be productive and scalable. While that is going on, I'd like at this point to let you know that the period for importing products from China to Nigeria and other countries is almost getting to an end. You know why? Because of the African continental free trade, if you manufacture in Nigeria, you'll be able to have what we call a stamp of rules, where it will, they call it rules of origin, where it will be identified that you produce the product in Nigeria. And then you can export the product to any of the 54 African countries that are members of the African Continental Free Trade without paying tariff. Are we there? Now, so what it means, it will pay you more to set up here, manufacture and export to those African countries. And if we're not careful, we probably get to a point where if we do not take advantage of this, the 250 population that we have here will be used by others who would now manufacture in any of those countries and access our market. Are we there? And then we have the highest number of unemployment. So if we are able to manufacture here, we'll create employment. It will have a multiplier effect on the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with this, that Nigeria does not have a shortage of entrepreneurial energy. What we need is an ecosystem capable of converting that entrepreneurial energy into productive capital, scalable enterprises, and globally competitive business. The objective today, therefore, should be clear. Move our MSMEs from survival capital to a growth capital, and from growth capital to investment capitals. Because by the time you do that, guess what? When we finance production, we create capacity. When we create capacity, we create jobs. Is that true? Yes. And when we build competitive enterprises and industry, we create export. And guess what? When we attract investment into the ecosystem, we create a sustainable non-oil growth. And so the future of Nigerians' economic diversification will not only be built by government alone. That's why they call even the financiers to be part of this. Yeah? It will be built through partnership among entrepreneurs, investors, financial institutions. And the opportunity before us is to build the next generation of Nigerian enterprises capable of computing, scaling, and of course exporting to the world. Are we ready to do that? Yes. If we're ready to do that, guess what? Nigeria is a big market. We have real opportunities, manageable challenges, and sustainable success. While the MC comes up, I would like you to do a small exercise for me. It might take 1 minute, but let it come on. If you have a phone, because NIPC has gone digital, I'd like you to just get the QR code, not the camera now. Get the QR code and scan this. Can you scan this? And tell me what you can see as I conclude. Can you tell me what you can see from there? In just a minute. Who has seen anything? The link, interesting. Please, can you clap for him? I think he's very fast. So while others are doing, if you can snap it, if you can see this, then you've done the right thing. And guess what? Any of this, you can download the whole doing business document into your phone right now. You can have NIPC registration done. You can even download the investment incentive. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Longza. Thank you very much for that presentation. You know, we have the export promotion and investment promotion working side by side with us at this program. So in the next 20 minutes, we will invite our dear friends who will speak and do justice to the matter on policy, on non-oil export. So permit me to invite our moderator for this program, Mr. Teslim Shitabe. He's the chief economist and managing editor of ProShare. He will be moderating this session in the next 30 minutes. Okay, I would also call on the representative of the executive director, CEO of Export Promotion Council, our dear architect, who is the regional head for Southwest for the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, to join us in this panel. Also, Mr. Gideon Godwin from Baobab, who is representing Eric Ntuba, the CEO of Baobab. Please join us. This way, sir. I would also call on Mr. Longza to join us in the panel. I understand that we have the representative from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Are they here? The person who is speaking on behalf of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Mr. Longza, join us. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Okay, before the panel sits to have this conversation, we are also going to give testimonials of how we fared in the last 6 editions of this program. We've had institutional partners who have in one way or the other intervened with MSMEs. Last year, Access Bank took part as a gold sponsor to this program, and there was a pitch for MSMEs in the hall. And a lady went with a very whopping large check, and she came back this year. If you had seen her downstairs, you'd have seen a Presley laboratory. She expanded her business. She's introduced new product lines, and she will come here to speak to you on how she utilized the funds she got from Access Bank as a result of this MSME Startup Summit. This year, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is giving out money to about 2 or 3 recipients here. And by the time we come for the next program, we'll also take their testimonials. So the last item after this panel will be the testimonial by the lady from Presley Laboratories, and also the presentation of checks for those who are scaled through the competitive bid. I think we received about 1,800 entries for the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund loan. It's a single-digit loan. I think they have about 20 recipients, and they intend to give about 3 or 4 of them their checks right here in the hall today. So if you were one of those that were shortlisted, don't be surprised when you are called upon to come and pick up your check here. So I will cede the floor now for our moderator to do justice in the next 30 minutes to this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monday. A bit of a problem. Again, we have only men here. I don't know whether I'm safe. The lady who complained, because we seem to...
I don't understand when it is time. The Lagos State Employment Trust Fund actually has a lady who is supposed to be representing the trust fund here. I don't know whether by default or by any means. She's...
You're representing the lady. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to just do something that it's very unique. I'm going to walk into the hall, and I'm going to identify an export and investment ready lady who is doing that business to join in this conversation.
Okay.
So that's what I will do.
Thank you very much. While Dr. Monday is doing that, I want to welcome my panelists. This is going to be a very short session. It's going to be a rapid fire session so that we can end at the appropriate time. I think my first question is going to go to the last speaker. Yes. It was a beautiful presentation. But the problem there was that you showed us 6 stages. And you said the NIPC comes in at the 5th stage, if I got it correctly, at that point. Now the problem is, what happens before that point where you intervene? How does the MSME get the support that is required to take it to that 5th stage? Okay.
Hello? Okay, thank you for the first compliment about our presentation. And to answer your question directly, we have different agencies set up by the federal government. We have SMEDANT, who are meant to nurture investments from the beginning to a point where they will get to where we can take over. So this is the point. While the other agencies are doing a similar job, but normally to avoid an overlaps in activities. Particularly SMEDAN should be able to nurture you to a point where we can now begin to look at you and say, okay, you are at a position where you are investment ready. Mind you, what we're bringing on board is we're trying to attract investors to your own enterprise. And the only way we can attract investors is when they see your project as a project that is investment ready. And so I think in the wisdom of the government, they have decided other agencies can do to a point where we can take over. So there's no gap. However, we should be able to now, it's like a relay. Once they take it to you, they give it to you and you take it over from there. So that's the short answer to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. You seem to be at the end of the whole of this process. If I follow my brother NIPC's description of how we transit from starting off to getting to the point of export, is there any way where MSMEs can also benefit from the Nigerian Export Promotion Council at a much earlier stage? Let me give you an example. In the mid-80s to early 90s, there was a very vibrant industry for cashew and cassava in Nigeria. Cassava chips and pellets were exported in a large quantity of number. But as we are speaking today, Nigeria is the largest producer of cashew, but it's not the largest exporter. Ghana is the largest exporter of cashew. What are we doing wrong?
Okay, before he answers, you asked for gender balance. So I brought the recipient of the Access Bank funds. So she will join in the panel because she's investment ready, she's export ready. So tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Ogechku Precious Wafo, the founder of Fresh Laboratory and Chemical Industries Limited, Brazil.
All right, so you will join us. Please, a round of applause for her. How much did you win? She won 500,000 at the last MSME forum. Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to just let the house know, NEPC is the beginning of your journey as an exporter. And then we are the apex government agency, the sole responsibility in facilitating, developing the non-oil export space, trade facilitation, product development, market development, inclusiveness, sustainability. We are the buck stops with us. Now, one of the dichotomies that makes this conversation a little bit difficult is that when we talk about MSMEs, you are talking from the nanos that are doing 5 to 10 million turnover, and then you are talking to the medium that are doing up to 500 million by SMEDAN's definition. In a local market, you can put all of them in the same box, but in international markets, you'll be talking about different value chains that require different participatory constraints. Export business at the nano level is open. You know, you don't need to wait until you become a very big business to go into export business. When you export to Benin Republic here, it's still exports, right? Once you are doing cross-border trade, you are in export space. There are many young ladies, young entrepreneurs that are exporting cosmetic products, DHL, they export cosmetic products, they export spices, they export fashion items, jewelry items, and they are doing very well. Low volume, high value density, and small shipments. So you can enter export from the beginning. What is important is to be very clear about the business value proposition, that you are in a robust business that is scalable. We encourage you that your core export product should be scalable. what is the size of the total addressable market? Like he said, you are starting a local business, but you are starting local, thinking global. You are doing shea butter cream, but you know that the total global market for shea butter is close to what all our non-oil exports. It's close to about 6 billion. Speaking to the opportunity you said, that 6 billion market, the shea butter, we've only been able to scratch 5%, and we're the second largest producer of shea butter after Sudan. Globally, shea tree takes about 20 years to grow. All right, so this is a moat. It's an opportunity that it's an unfair advantage that we have that the youth have to unlock, the small businesses have to unlock. And it's not the only sector. Gemstones, instead of exporting the raw mine stones, you can go and learn lapidary services. You learn how to sort them, you cut them, you polish them, you embed them in jewelry, and you get 20x. But what's happening now is that most of these, they don't even sort them, they just export them for peanuts, and then you are exporting all the jobs and all the wealth. So what we want to see, we believe that, like I was saying in my presentation, that one, if we identify these sectors that are MSME friendly, which NEPC does, we are able to support them to establish their level of export readiness, finance readiness, point them in the right markets, then it becomes a very participative space, especially for African in the AFCTA market. Why we are keen on AFCTA is that export is very keen on quality and standards. When you want to go into the EU to do export business, the risk exposure is higher because it's very far away and they are very stringent, right? So in your maturity, your growth trajectory, start local, push your product across the border to Ghana and Ivory Coast, which are among the top 20 countries we export to. And then when your maturation has reached a level where you are export ready and you understand documentation and procedure and your business model has been proven, then you can begin to explore diversifying into some of these larger addressable markets.
I won't allow you to go easily, but I'll first of all talk to my brother from Baobab first, microfinance. I'll still get back to you on that issue. I'm sure many of us have at least gotten some insight into how we can scale and at the same time penetrate new markets. I have a bit of a problem with the AFCFTA that the two of you talked about. We'll get back there later. But my brother at the Baobab. Now, one of the things that has been said here is that, you know, first and foremost, start your business. Get it running in an orderly fashion. From your experience, have MSMEs been able to achieve the kind of structure that will enable them export, come to my brother here, and then eventually maybe come to NIPC? What has been your experience with MSMEs? What have been the chief difficulties in getting them to actually grow?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from Baobab. At times, maybe the name is a little bit struggle for you to mention, but it's Baobab. Thank you very much. Yeah, from your question, is a very interesting question, especially for most SMEs that want to engage in this aspect of transition, especially where they grow themselves from the local front and want to penetrate into the international scene. You know, the market is very dynamic, and then you also need a lot of exposure and engagement to benefit from that regard. And at times, most people miss along the way if you are not engaging the right mentor, if you are not exposed to the right set of mindsets. At times, you feel you want to go on silos, you want to be on yourself, and I think that's a concern for some person. In the experience so far, I noticed, like, let's say, for instance, let's use Alaba International Market as a case study. You know, that market, whether they like it or not, you know, they call it international market. If you find yourself in that environment, there is a lot you can learn than somebody who is just in an ordinary market. So that is an advantage this set of people have. And if you're in business and you want to scale up, I advise you try as much as possible to enter some location. Just see what they are doing and ask questions. It's not a crime for you to visit Alaba. You may not want to buy anything there, but just go there and ask what is happening here. Find your way to the biggest market in Aba. When I visited Aba, that's when I got to understand there is a big market in Aba. And whether you like it or not, I saw levels of truck entering that market. I asked myself, where are they coming from? They said outside the country. So if you are there again, you ask yourself a lot of questions. So I want to encourage as many of us that want to leverage on scaling up, that you need to do a lot of questioning and check within your environment which market you want to ask questions that will fit in with your current reality that you're doing. Let's say, for instance, you want to do into grains. I was in Kano, and I think there is a big market of grains in Kano. And whether you like it or not, they do exporting a lot. Just imagine you are in Lagos, you want to go into grain. It's good. But if you have opportunity to visit that market in Kano, it will expose you because they will have laid a lot of structure. The reason why I'm calling some of those markets, because they already have a structure that is already working. All you need to do is just to leverage on them, and it will give you an advantage. You know, when you want to start something all over, you will end up doing a lot of journey at the end of the day. When you find this opportunity, you say, why did I even waste all my time? So all you need to do is to sit down and ask the right question, find the right opportunity to visit some of those locations, and that can open your eye to a lot of diversity and speed and all the needed support that you need. And that can also help you to move as fast as possible to penetrate this market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I allow you to go, I love the various mentionings of strategic positioning and all that. Lovely. What about pricing? How much will it cost me? One of the problems that was identified this morning was the high cost of credit. Microfinance institutions are typically known to have a margin that is slightly higher than the normal market you would have gone from a deposit money bank normally. Has this been a problem? Or has there been a way, Baobab, for instance, has been able to get around the problem of pricing through unique structures to support MSMEs?
Okay, thank you very much. See, today we are still battling with the issue of pricing. Pricing is something that will never go away. The way we say Nigerian problem, no they finish. So I can also say pricing is also like that in different MSV. But what we do is that to support the businesses, we also look at what the margin of your business can carry. You know, at times we have some smart people that will say, this interest rate is high. But when you conduct a very deep engagement analysis of their business, you know that this guy will pay. We normal Nigeria, we just want to make a lot of money. But we have seen that, to be fair, we try as much as possible, especially if you are customer-centric, engaging of such kind of customer. One thing is you also show that apathy. You know, when you are dealing with people, there are these other parts of you that you also sell as a business. We know we're into profit making, but you need to also draw a line. A line for partnership, for loyalty, and also depend on the culture of different MFI or MFB. And that is what we will leverage on our side to ensure that we come to some extent where we have flexible interest rate for some person who would think they are loyal after a period of time, and ensure that we give them what fits their business, what fit for purpose at that point in time. But the issue of interest rate, you know, our cost of lending is high. Nigeria is not too smiling. We are not just giving free money, but we try to create a balance. Thank you.
Madam, I'm pleased to have you on this stage. I broke the jinx. You won a grant from Access Bank. Since that period of time, what has been your experience? How has your business been?
Okay, thank you so much. Last year, I was here for exhibition, and actually, I came just for exhibition, and we are there downstairs, and we are asked vendors, come and talk about your business. And I came up. In fact, at a point, I was not even ready to come up because I came alone. I was just considering how will I leave my market and start coming up. But I just have to make a decision. So when I came up, and it happened that every other person has pitched, remaining me, so I walked up to the stage, I did my presentation, and I got the grant. So ever since then, so one thing I learned about the grant I want is that you can never know when you are close to your success. So don't say never just limit yourself. At any opportunity, just grab it. Anyway, anyhow you need to, just grab it. So last year, I was only doing liquid soap that we make from recycled agricultural byproducts. We make our soap from orange peels, multipurpose cleaning soap. So, but getting that grant, we have to start expanding. Now we have other 3 additional products made from recycled agricultural waste. So ever since then, yes, there has been a lot of challenges because the first production we did, it didn't come out well. In fact, we have to go into the streets 3 good times after production. We go to the streets, we share the products, get people's feedback, get their numbers and all of that. All of that are money, but we didn't stop at that. But today, we have product that people can say, this product is nice. And apart from that, this, because it is made from recycled waste, it is more affordable, it is more effective, and trust me, you will love to try the product even more and more. So, thank you. So, a lot of you might have seen me downstairs with our products. So, those cleaning products you are seeing there, they are all made from recycled agricultural byproducts. And it was from the help of the grants that we got last year that we were able to push this far.
Excellent. I mean, 2 straightforward lessons. Never give up. Keep pushing. That's one of the things she has said. Another thing is be very clear about your objectives. She was very clear what she wanted to do. She wanted to use recycled materials, and she pursued it. There may be some hiccups along the path. Like she said, 3 times they had to go back to the market. But because she pushed, she succeeded. And your success will continue. Thank you very much, madam. Yes, now I'm coming back to my brother on the African Continental Free Trade Area. Yes. You talked about the African Continental Free Trade Area, but there are some problems. There are 3 companies that I'm aware of, and they are Chinese-owned companies. They're along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. They export under AGOA. They're not Nigerian companies, but they reside in Nigeria. And then you talked about competitiveness. Now, the Chinese have access to export credits from their banks at much cheaper rates than the cost of Nigerian credit. So how do you compete?
Okay, before I talked about how do you compute, let me congratulate our sister here for staying focused until you get it done. That's business for you. The Nigeria economy needs us to be resilient. Whatever you want to do, just get the right information and keep doing it. Let me give some tidbits here. SMEDAN, you see, the process of getting your business formalized may be long. Let me list some of them for you to hear. Formal registration, clear ownership structure, tax compliance, define market opportunities, realistic financial projections, and then strong management team. Some of this can actually clearly be spelled out in your business plan. Now, SMEDAN in their wisdom know that this may be difficult for any, person who probably is just starting projects to start it and get it well. So they came up with a scheme called BDSP, Business Development Service Providers. Now, if you go to their website, you have a list. In fact, I'm one of them. I decided to enroll and see what it is you can do. Now, the intention is that if you're starting a business and you need a business developer to help you succeed and get it formalized, you can go to their website, look at those who have gone through the certification and they have certificate. they can train you to a point where you can get stabilized. Are we there? Yeah, so these are some of the structures that you can, of course, use to standardize and get your business formalized. That's one. Then let me go back to your own question, the African Continental Free Trade. The African Continental Free Trade can only check for your rules of origin. What does it mean? The rules of origin says we will check, and if on the manufactured product there's a stamp to show that the product is manufactured within the African Continental Free Area or countries, right? Then you have a right to export the product from one country to the other with little or no tariff, irrespective of whether it is a Chinese company or a Nigerian company. And you know why? Because that is the intention. The intention is for us to attract foreign investment so they can come to Nigeria and set up industries. Why? Because that's where the value addition is. Because by the time they set up, one, our people will be employed. Two, they will have an multiplier effect on the economy because, of course, they will pay tax eventually to government. Three, they will now produce even products for export. You remember when I talk about import substitution? It means that when they manufacture product for export, will earn what? Foreign currency. So those three factors has made it possible for us to now even have foreigners coming to Nigeria to set up. They can go into joint partnership with a Nigerian, or it could actually be 100% solely foreign investment. But if you have that rules of origin stamped, then it means you can move your products to one country to the other. And I must say at this point, if you know you're not very strong, then you look for a joint venture partnership with a person who is outside the country. And then, of course, you define your equity, the equity of your investment, and then the sharing formula can, of course, take effect from there. And either it's 50-50 or 60-40, as the case may be. So when it gets to a point of sharing, then you can, of course, share the profit. But the point is, you must, at that point, have scaled up to a point where you will survive, one, and then you contribute to the economy of Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes, Export Promotion Council. One of the first things is I want to make an advocacy. Madam has a fantastic product, and other people have already attested to it, that they have tried it. So the Export Promotion Council, can we plug in? Yes.
Sure, why not? So the way it works, you work from the market. You know, when you are modeling a business, when you are developing a business strategy, you must be working from a market. You identify the addressable market, the size of the market, the gap in the market that you are coming to fill. Is it a long-term? Is it a scalable business? That is the beginning point. Okay, so if you already have a product that you are developing for a local market and you want to export, what we need to do the research, business intelligence to find out where the demand for that your product, to the extent that you have differentiated it from the mass market, right? That is the starting point. Once we identify that gap, then the next thing is we look at your export pricing. Are you able to compete in that market? Are those infrastructural challenges that most people contend with, are they a barrier to your participating in that space? You must do that cost counting. Once you don't have issue with the cost counting, including your certifications, because if you are going to sell in Europe and you want your products to be on those shelves, they are going to ask for some certifications and other things. So this is a conversation I'll be very happy to have with you. You are in Lagos here. Absolutely interesting. So let's have a conversation after this on that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it. So my brother at Microfinance Bank, we've heard the incidents of Madam here. There's several other people with some very brilliant products downstairs. When I was coming up, I looked at them and I was very pleased to see this happening. What does your institution bring to the table under these circumstances, seeing young and not so young Nigerians produce products and they're coming to the market and they're showing capacity, they're showing tenacity. What do you bring to the table to assist them to further their businesses?
Okay, thank you very much. And I think if there's anything I liked, my other colleague was saying about her is a resilient push. You know, in business, if you are not resilient, sincerely, there's a level at which you can go. Even approach a microfinance bank. That's it. Because when you go to a microfinance bank, and some of us listening to me, they give you a lot of criteria, you may not want to come back. But if you are very resilient, you want to know what is it, what exactly you want to do. I am interested in this, and let me even start. For us, when we have people like this, I think we are flexible because there's many things we want to accommodate as a level. Because even our loan product, we segment it in such a way that we don't give too many burdens to different levels. If you are coming between, let's say, for instance, 500,000 to 2 million, we don't need collateral, we don't need guarantor, we only need you and your business. So you see, I gave you the opportunity not to be afraid, because if she's coming, I say, go and bring 2 guarantor, go and bring this, go and bring that, already I've started chasing her away. So we keep that bracket. And if you are coming from 2 million above to one level, we give you another bracket to accommodate you. And I think what we'll do over time and see the behavior of person is that a lot of flexibility has to come into place to check what their business can accommodate and remove unnecessary kind of fears. Because most of the time they said, you will collect our money, we will not give. And we brought an opportunity where you don't need to save with me before I give you money. And which is okay, which is a normal practice now. Whether the traditional type and the digital type. Just come and ask, this is your request, and then we are good. And if we check your business is okay and viable, you may ask so that you need 500,000. But from our feedback, we may say, from what we're seeing, we can give you 2 million. Do you think you can go and say, wow, so I can take, yes. And again, you can come for 500,000, we'll say, oh, we can only give you 200. Because we're also an advisory. We don't want to just give money because we want to lend. We want to finance your business. Thank you very much.
Where should I flip to now? Yeah, let me go back to Madam. Madam, thank you very much for your testimony. It's a brilliant one. I'm very excited about it. Don't let this man go. He has already made commitment. In front of everybody, he has already made commitment. Don't let him go. But if you want to advise people who are also coming up, based on your experience, what would you tell them?
Okay, I will just say don't give up. Whatever you are doing, keep doing it. Don't mind whatever the person by the side is saying, because I remember when I started, my family people were telling me, have you seen anybody doing liquid soap that have become this in life? So, but now I have staff that I pay salary. I have IT students working in my establishment. NYC people post people to my establishment to do their NYC. So one thing I will tell you is that whatever you are doing, that you know this is working and you believe in this thing, at first it may not be so beautiful the way you want it, because I know when I started, sometimes I will even be praying to see my capital. I'm not talking about profits, just to see my capital. So at that stage, what actually sustained me was the passion and the vision I see in what I'm doing. So whatever you are doing, give it your best, give it time, and the results will eventually come. So that is my advice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want questions? Okay, yes. So I'll like to use your methodology, the doc. Use your methodology to select those who would like to ask questions, and then we can do that.
This time around, because there's no time, people need to go home. If we continue, some of you will not realize that it's almost 4 p.m. You're enjoying the AC. There's light here. If they take the lights like 10 minutes and you sweat here, you will know that it's time to go home. So I'm going to look at people, the faces I like and the ones I don't like, at the discretion as MC. Okay, you're part of the house. You can't ask questions. Mini, money, mo. Mini, money, mo. Okay, the lady at the back, number 1. The other lady, number 2. You. The bias is at my discretion. I own the microphone, and you're asking me why. See you. It's just like asking a business owner why. Number 4, the man in the cap. Number 5, the lady up there. No, you've asked the question before. The man with the cap. Number 6. We'll stop at that. So, number 1. Number 2, where are you? Just come forward. Let's all come forward so that we can just ask our questions. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's come forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Your name? My name is Sumbo. Olaito, and I'm a water producer. And my question will go to our director from the NIPC. If I haven't gotten anything here today, I really, really appreciate your presentation. I've gained from it. And I went to the site and I saw the listed industries there. And I found out, and it's not the first time, that when it comes to water, nobody's talking about it. Nobody's paying attention. I've seen all the industries that you have, you're supporting. So, and water is life. So what is it that you're not taking, you're not looking into that aspect? We also need investment. Thank you.
Water business. Number 2. Number 2.
Thank you very much. My name is Juliet Izzy, and I work in sexual and reproductive health, especially the sexual part. So I want to ask something that looks like what the other lady said. So we have found that every time we say we are funding health tech or healthcare in general, very little is said about reproductive health and almost nothing is said about sexual health. I have scouted again and again grants, all the funding scheme, very little opportunities, very little is even said at all. And I checked your site and I really appreciate what is happening on your site. So I want to ask, how do we expand the healthcare to take into consideration more and more? Because now World Health Organization says that when you take care of sexual and reproductive care issues, they affect men and women. Our workplace productivity boosts by 22%, absenteeism drops by 62%, employee turnover drops by 23%, and we can go on and on and on and on. So how do we include this into the general conversation, especially as it affects funding? Thank you.
Okay, number 3.
Thank you very much. My name is Sulaiman Sadiq. I'm the CEO of Wajud Classic Outfit. So my question is going to the direction of business advisory. So what advice can you give to a fashion brand that is receiving huge and bulk demands day in, day out, even within the local market, apart from the global ones, but cannot deliver due to human resources issues and a lot of that. Presently, a lot of people are not ready to work. So across all sectors. So we find it difficult to get people to work with us, and we cannot do more than we can do. So there's been a lot of issues that's affecting the business seriously. So I don't know.
Okay. Number 4. Come now. Sure. Bros. Number 5. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Osita Obiu. My question goes to the investment promotion person also. It's basically when I went to the site, you mentioned the form for the ACP platform. I didn't see the form. So I'm wondering where do we navigate on the site to get that form so we can be visible to that 54 countries. Thank you.
Number 5.
Thank you so much, sir.
especially Mr. Emmanuel Longe for the lecture. I'm Ogechi Marianoba, the CEO to Tesla Lawrence Global Enterprise. We package processed food. So my question is, at the end of the day, we all need funding to go from survival mode to growth and probably to scale. So I've gone through lots of processes of applying for grants, and then at the end of the day, I get to the pre-final stage, but I don't get selected. I really don't know why. Anyways, so, but my question is, what are the strategies to take to ensure a smooth flow from survival to investment mode? Because I tell you, we have taken the lectures, but it's easier said than done, you know. So what are the strategies we can take to help out, you know, especially we, the startups that are just starting up? Because at the end of the day, people don't trust you immediately when you start. They'll leave you to fail, so probably up to 3 years, start watching you then before they can support you. So, and also, what are the support strategies to also take support organizations to contact when we need support and grants? Thank you.
There have not been any discussion that centers on compliance, more especially on tax compliance. And the people we are dealing with, most of them are the digital space. And Nigerian tax have been taken to the digital space. So they are easily captured in their transactions. And if you are not complying, it's a very serious case now, because there's no hiding place. When the consultancy space, you see somebody who is struggling to pay bills, and his lack of compliance is going to cost him millions of naira. So I just needed to bring that to our attention, that we are having this type of program. We have, you know, young Nigerians. Let's bring them to know that lack of compliance is a very grievous thing that will eat into their income. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll go back to, it seems like the investment promotion guy is the most hit, right?
Is the most hit.
Is the most hit in terms of questions.
The last two questions.
Okay, the last two questions.
The last two questions, I think I will spread it here. Why? Because they're talking about, the lady was talking about what strategies must we put in place to make them bankable.
Bankable.
So I want you to answer that. That's that. And then the other man is looking at resource constraints, capacity. How do we, for instance, if a vulcanizer is not likely to get a boy to train under him, a mechanic is increasingly difficult to get boys to train under him. So there seems to be that gap in attraction of artisanal personnel. That needs to be resolved. So what would you recommend?
Okay, thank you very much. For the aspect of the other lady that said she has tried a lot of funding and it's not working, and I was asking myself if she would have tried a lot of, she have tried a lot of grants, which is not working. But if she also given opportunity for funding within the MFB, maybe she will have gotten one or two things. My advice for every one of us listening here is also to check what are the basic formal requirements that is needed when you really needed maybe a grant or funding, especially funding from the part of where I came from, MFB. Sincerely, we both give for both informal and formal business. When I say formal, you have a business name, you have a business registration. But you can agree with me there are certain persons out there that don't even have any business name, but they do sales. They have a market that goes on for them. And what we do basically is to be very sure of the true ownership of the business. You know, one of my guys talk about compliance here. Even from our side, internal compliance is very key. We need to know who owns the business. So if you have some level of information that we want, if your business is registered, keep the information. If you have a bank statement that you are using, keep the information. Some of you even have POS. As small as POS, we can find all the information that we need. Keep it. And what we normally look for, some look for cash flow. If where we can get cash flows, we work with it. Where we cannot get cash flows, at least we have food soldier on ground who can come to have a discussion and have an assessment of how you run your business. And that alone suffices. But I want to encourage that you start from somewhere. You know, it's good to start small. When you engage the first parties, let's say for instance, you needed 1 million. that was in your mind. I think it's not out of place to even start small and see how the process goes. If you start from 200, you already understand how the system works. Then you can scale up to the next level. So I want to encourage you that just try as much as possible to engage a lot of opportunity out there. I'm not talking unnecessary grants, because you know, you may say the funding from MAB is expensive, but just try and know how the system works. And I think that will open your eye to the reality on ground. And I think the second question is on staffing. Even for some of us in the sector, there's a lot of jackpot, is that how to say it? A lot of whether external jackpot or internal jackpot, how you want to do it. There's a lot of people. People don't want to do the kind of job that we are currently do because the market has changed. There's a lot of things happening right now. And that is why you need to create different vibe within the market you find yourself. When he was talking, he said he's trying to employ some people, they are not staying. You look at what other of your colleagues are doing and ask yourself, what will I do differently? Though both of you are in the same market, what will I do differently with my staff that will make them stay than the normal practice that they are saying that this is how it's done in trading business. If you want to manage staff in trading business, this is how it's done. If you want to manage staff in bottle business, this is how it's done. No, you need to also ask yourself, what will I do differently? That thing you are doing differently will make some of them stay with you. So I want to encourage you, you look at something you can do differently. You may not have the means to pay.
I look forward to working with a small team, maybe whatever team that will be coming out to refine the ideas that are brought out today, and let's see how we can build on them. Thank you.
All the questions were directed at you. I hope you are ready.
So thank you, Lagos, for the interest that the presentation has generated. It means we've been following. Let me start with the ones I can remember. Let me start with the website. If you go to our website, the same www.nipc.gov.ng, then go to services. Under services, you would see investment promotion profiling, right? Once you open that link, then you will see the form. Please kindly download. The lady that talked about productive health, and then the one that talked about water. Let me take the two at the same time. First, water. Water is very important. There's no way we can ignore that. But in having the sectors, we have primary sectors and secondary sectors. And if we mention all the sectors, we may not have the space to do that. But I can assure you, if you go to infrastructure, because water is under infrastructure, why? Because within the infrastructure we have housing, and you can't have a house without water, right? So water is a secondary subsector under infrastructure. That's one. Then the lady that talked about the productive health, of course, that is included as well, but it's under health. So if you go to health sector, anything that we talked about under health sector, be sure productive health is included. I'm trying to remember all the questions now. What other thing? Okay, a lady asks about how do we get help in trying to scale up. Yeah, I think this is very important. They know how difficult it is, and I think I'll make reference to what I said earlier. That's why in the statistics, it is assumed that if you allow a small MSME business to survive on its own, it may not. And therefore, it needs all the help. In fact, from the statistics, that about 80% of them tend to fizzle out within the first 5 years. That's why Sweden decided to train people to help you scale up and get the necessary things for you to survive. It may be for a fee, but you can be sure They will tell you all the necessary things that you need to do. First, do you have the digital equipment that you need to keep your records, right? Do you have registrations done? Do you have all the paperwork that will ensure that you remain relevant and easier for you to scale up to that next level? I think that's all I can remember, unless there's more. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should give the panelists another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Panelists, it's an honor for me to be here moderating this session. I gained a lot from your presentations, all of you. Thank you very much.
Can we just give them a round of applause? As we're drawing the curtain to a close, we're going to take a group photograph. Jude should join us. Jude Ndu, the convener. So I think you've heard the story. What made the lady stand out for her grant was she was simply creating liquid soaps from recycled waste products. And that was something that was unique. So go and look for something unique and you'll get the money. So Jude, please join us in the group photograph. I will. Okay, on behalf of the Economic Forum Series, African Global Economic Forum, I want to thank you all for coming to this program, the 6th Annual MSME Startup Economic Summit. And the curtain has drawn to a close. Remain seated, you will be served. And after that, anything you're doing in the hall, you're on your own because we are done with the program. Thank you and do have a pleasant day. See you next year.